speakers and call them up on the stage. Sudeshna Guha is Professor, School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Shivnada Institution of Eminence. She works on histories of visualization, social histories of archaeology and ancient civilizations, making of archaeological heritage and national cultures and methodologies of material culture studies. Please, ma'am. We have two speakers in the first session. The first speaker is Dr. Greg Jamieson. Please, sir. And the second speaker is Ms. Dilshad Fatima. I request Mr. Komagan, Joint Director, Tamil Virtual Academy, to honor our speakers with mementos.
And ethnoarchaeology and the origins of cities and states. His recent publications have focused on multifaceted approaches to the Indus seal production and use, with an emphasis on diachronic variation. Since 2018, Greg has also served as the lead archaeologist for the UWMIA Recovery and Identification Project, which aims to recover and repatriate the remains of missing American Armed Services personnel from the Second World War. He has conducted archaeological fieldwork in India, Pakistan, Oman, Bahrain, Belgium, France, Germany, Poland, and throughout the Midwestern United States. And his work on the Indus seals and the transformation through technology is seriously exciting. Dilshad Fatima is currently a UGC Senior Research Fellow in the Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology at the University of Allahabad. She completed her postgraduate studies at the University of Lucknow, followed by postgraduate diploma in archaeology from Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Institute of Archaeology, Greater Noida. She has attended several national and international conferences and published research on various academic forums. Her published papers include Harappan Metals and its Sound Beauty, in the book Minerals, Mining and Metallurgy in South Asian History, Doctors Who Treated the Harappans and Tracing History Through Threads, Unearthing Beads from Kalibangan in the Rajasthan History Congress proceedings. Dilshad has also contributed to excavations at prominent archaeological sites such as Sanauli, Rakhigadi, Tewar and Ujjana, and has assisted in excavation report writing for sites like Sakatpur, Aichhatra, and Ujjana. Okay, I introduce you. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Can we please have you seated?
I see. Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin my presentation, I wish to acknowledge all of the institutions and individuals who have supported this research. I'll be sharing the results of 15 years worth of research on seals from the Indus tradition, and it has not been my research alone. I'm fortunate to be here to share it with you today, but it is also the research of my close colleagues and friends, Professors Akinori Uesugi and Marta Ameri. I'd also like to again acknowledge and thank the Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu, for hosting this conference, inviting me, and providing such an excellent forum for us to talk and exchange ideas about the Indus. I think everybody here is probably aware of the fact that seals are very important forms of material culture from the Indus tradition. And when I say Indus tradition, I'm talking about a chronological framework unique to South Asia that tracks and traces the local cultural developments that ultimately led to the emergence of the Indus civilization and the transformations after its decline. Although seals are often described as standardized and uniform, they're actually quite variable. And this is primarily what I'd like to talk with all of you about today. I'm going to also argue that exploring this variation is a useful and important method to investigate larger issues of Indus integration, organization, and especially change over time. I also think it's very important for us as scholars and researchers to define the terms that we talk about. In the Indus and elsewhere throughout the ancient world, the term seal is used very broadly, oftentimes lumped together to describe different kinds of objects or artifacts. When I talk about seals, I'm referring to objects that are engraved with script, animals, other iconography, sometimes only one, sometimes both. The most important thing about seals that really distinguishes them is how they are produced. As an archaeologist, I really focus on seals as objects that were made and produced using technological processes that reflect larger and more significant social practices. Seals in the Indus are described as objects that were carved and perforated. That's what distinguishes them from all other related types of inscribed materials, such as sealings, seal impressions, tablets, graffiti, which we heard about yesterday. So when we talk about seals, what we're really talking about are these objects that were carved, engraved, and perforated. For a very long time, there has been a common misconception that Indus seals are highly standardized and uniform. This dates back to Marshall's first discussion of seals from the original excavation report from Mohenjo-Daro. The idea that these seals from the different levels are so alike in style, material, form, and technique that it is impractical to distinguish between them was first proposed by Marshall. Since then, the idea that these are highly standardized has continued through more recent and contemporary perspectives. And to a certain extent, Indus seals are standardized, particularly during the mature Harappan phase. It's not difficult to distinguish an Indus seal from a seal made in other ancient cultures or regions. Most of them are made of fired steatite, are square in shape, perforated, and contain or are comprised of the same basic compositional elements, usually a short inscription and some kind of accompanying iconography. The problem with this is that it ignores or marginalizes variation at multiple scales that may reflect meaningful cultural practices, ideas, and beliefs. The other thing it's important to understand is that seals were made and used for nearly 2,000 years during the Indus tradition. There are far more kinds of seals and types of seals than the standard inscribed stamp seal pictured here. Our research on Indus seals focuses on multiple aspects of seals throughout the duration of the Indus tradition during which they were made and used, approximately 3,500 years, beginning during the regionalization era, continuing throughout the integration era, and eventually disappearing during the localization era. We use complementary methods to investigate production, use, variation, meaning, and how all of these different aspects of seals and seal production help us understand the organization of society and the roles they played in the lives of people who made and used them. I'd like to very briefly go over some of the earliest seals from the Indus tradition. To date, we have identified and analyzed about 144 from 9 different sites. This is important because it clearly demonstrates that seal production was a local development in South Asia. Its origins are in South Asia. It wasn't imported from Mesopotamia or elsewhere in West Asia. Now, so far, we've only found a small quantity from a small number of sites, but when we look at those, even in the earliest phases, we can see that variation is present. We see variation in morphology, the shape of the seals, raw materials, and iconography. What's more significant, I think, for our discussion is that even from the earliest phases, we can see distinct styles of seals being made, what we've defined as northern and southern groups. In other words, from the earliest phases of seal production, people are probably making them in different areas. In spite of that, they are connected because we find seals of the northern group at southern group sites and vice versa. Now, because seals of the urban phase or integration era are so much more abundant, they provide the best data set we have for really studying pattern variation. One of the first things that we attempted to do was try to identify and interpret how we could characterize this variation. And in the process of doing this, we identified multiple sources of variation in Indus seals from the urban period. And I'd just briefly like to summarize a couple of these. First is morphology and iconography. Second is production and operational sequences. Third is diachronic variation. And fourth is individual carving styles. And what I'll do for the remainder of this presentation is primarily focus on how this variation can be identified, how it can be patterned and measured, and ultimately what it tells us about seal production and use during the integration era or mature period of the Harappan civilization. So let's start here with morphology. Even though most of the seals from the mature Harappan period are square and made of fired steatite, not all of them are. We have examples of circular seals. We have rectangular seals. We have triangular prismatic seals, and we even have a couple exceptional examples of cylinder seals. So even though a lot of them are square, made out of fired steatite, not all of them are. And this is an important but often marginalized or ignored source of variation. Iconography is perhaps the most easily recognized source of variation in seals from the integration era. There are many different iconographic themes. A lot of different zoomorphic forms, some of which are clearly native to the South Asian subcontinent, but we also have a wide representation of anthropomorphic geometric motifs, some of which have antecedents in the regionalization era and represent continuities throughout the integration era and into the subsequent localization era. And we have some examples that don't have any iconography at all. They just have script. One of the areas of seal production and use that I am most interested in is how they were made. What were the technologies and processes involved in transforming raw materials into Indus seals? And one of the ways that we can start thinking about this has to do with raw materials. Steatite, as I said earlier, and many of you are probably aware of, is the most common raw material used to make Indus stamp seals during the integration era. And there's been some outstanding earlier research conducted by my friend and colleague, Dr. Randall Law, mapping out steatite sources throughout the South Asian subcontinent. Many of you are aware that there's no steatite in the Indus Valley itself, in the alluvial plains, but there is lots of it in the highland and mountainous areas that surround the Indus. And what we've discovered is that Indus people had preferred steatite sources that they acquired and used not only to make seals, but also to make beads and other objects. The source of raw materials does not seem to have been uniform. There's varieties and different kinds that were acquired and used, and so even though steatite was the most common material, not all of the same steatite was used. Furthermore, there are other examples of seals that were not made of steatite at all. We have rare examples of copper seals, which you can see on the bottom left of the screen here. We have shell and possibly ivory seals, and then we also have a few examples of seals made out of terracotta. Another important aspect of seal production that until recently has not been really investigated is how steatite seals in particular were transformed into hard, durable objects. Steatite is a mineral composed primarily of the mineral talc. It's extremely soft. You can scratch it with a fingernail. That's not very useful for making objects that you want to be durable and last. And one of the most impressive aspects of Indus seal production was the ability of Indus craftspeople to transform that very soft steatite into much harder and more durable material. What we don't fully understand is how that process worked. But what we do understand, based on analyses of published, finished, and unfinished seals, is that there were multiple ways to do it. Some seals were clearly surface treated before they were fired to make it harder and whiter. An affinity for a white surface also seems to have been important to Indus seal producers. But we can see by studying seals that in some cases, that white surface is just a very thin coat, perhaps a glaze or some kind of bleach. And when that wears away, we can see differentially colored raw steatite underneath, like the examples you see on the top left. In other cases, we can see that seals were fired white all the way through without any kind of surface treatment at all. And there are other examples in which that whiteness does not fire all the way through. It only fires partially through. And we don't fully understand this yet. And maybe we don't need to. The point is that raw materials and firing methods are both sources of variation. Certainly some of this has to do with the kind of steatite that you're using. There are some kinds of steatite that will fire white all the way through without having to do anything else. Others will not unless you surface treat them and then apply heat. This is another important source of variation that we need to take into consideration. Tools are also an important aspect of production, but the specific tools used to carve Indus seals are unknown, mainly because we haven't really found any stratigraphically excavated seal workshops. But we do have multiple types that could have been used to make Indus seals, recovered from a variety of different sites. You see some of them pictured here. In order to investigate potential tool use in Indus seal production, we conducted experimental and ethnoarchaeological research, evaluating different kinds of tools based not only on raw materials, but also tips and edges. And what we found in these studies is that multiple raw materials will work to carve seals. You can carve a seal with a stone tool, but bronze is the best because it is the hardest and most durable. We also discovered that equally important is what the tool itself looks like. Tools with different tips and edges work more effectively for different kinds of carving tasks. If you want to drill a small eyeball or other decorative feature, you want to use a pointed tip. If you're going to engrave an animal's body or a deep character on an inscription, you want to use a blade or a burin. Lots of different kinds of tools work, but different kinds of tools are more or less effective depending on the task. We can also see very easily that operational sequences were variable. In some instances, it appears that inscriptions were carved first, in others, iconography was carved first. Some seals only have inscriptions or iconography, and most are only engraved on the obverse or front face. But there are some examples in which there are inscriptions or engravings on multiple faces. Again, we don't fully understand why this is yet. What we can recognize is that it's another form of variation. Some of the variation that we can see among seals from the Indus tradition, especially during the integration era, have to do with diachronic variation. And this is best seen with unicorn seals, simply because they are the most abundant. And we can see this diachronic variation, changes in the ways that unicorn seals were carved and decorated through visual inspection, which you see here on the left, and also through scanning electron microscopy. We can look at impressions of engraved surfaces of seals to see how they vary and change over time. Now, this work builds on earlier work by Knoyer and Meadow, based on research, long-term research from the Harappa Archaeological Project. But what we're doing to contribute to this is helping to build a comparative data set for future studies. We can't any longer think about Indus seals at any level as being monolithic or the same throughout even the 700 years of the integration era. We need to be able to document and understand chronological changes. And that's been very challenging because we don't have the kind of rigid stratigraphic controls that we would have preferred from the earliest excavations. But because that has been undertaken at Harappa, we can at least develop a tentative seal chronology documenting how carving styles and methods change throughout the integration era. And that's exactly what you see here on the screen. So morphology, production, operational sequences, and diachronic variation are all important sources, but they don't explain all of it. There's variability in carving styles. These are all unicorn seals with a short inscription of the Indus script, but look at the ways that they're carved. Carving styles, methods, ways in which they're decorated and adorned are quite variable. And this was originally the question that drove my dissertation research. I wanted to understand why this is. This is a good example of how making assumptions about uniformity and standardization in the Indus, when it comes not just to seals, but really any kind of material culture, ignores or marginalizes variation, even if it's at a smaller scale. And so to investigate this, I conducted experimental and ethnoarchaeological research. This has already been published and discussed extensively elsewhere, so here I'd just like to summarize very briefly. I was fortunate enough to work with professional stone carvers in Rajasthan, having them replicate various aspects of Indus unicorn seals. And when that work was complete, I conducted analyses of all of the replica seals and determined that everybody carves a little bit differently. Seal carving is like handwriting. Everyone does it a little bit differently, even when they are effectively doing the same thing. And further, I discovered that these individual carving styles are consistent, patterned, and can be quantified. And the best way to study and quantify this variation is through formal analyses, both stylistic and metric. And in doing that, it was possible to fingerprint or identify seals made by different artisans, even when they were using the same tools, raw materials, and models. And so all of this was used to model and test whether we could see the same kind of patterned unicorn seal production from the Indus during the integration era and try to correlate it with different artisans and workshops who would have made them. Using the same methods of formal analyses, I discovered through an analysis of 500 published unicorn seals that it is possible to identify pattern variation that I argue represents different artisans and workshops who made seals. Results of this study identified over 50 stylistic groups of unicorn seals with complex and varied distribution patterns. The stylistic groups that I identified in this study were assigned to all three sub-periods of the Harappa phase, or the integration era, and this provisional framework can be further tested, evaluated, and modified as more seals from stratigraphically controlled contexts are published. Another important and significant pattern that I identified was that the number of groups, the total number of seals within each group, and the distribution patterns become more complex over time in the three sub-periods of the Harappa phase. So, for example, in period 3A at Harappa, which dates from about 2600 to 2400 BCE, there's only a few stylistic groups. But by the time we get to period 3C, the apex of the integration era, there are lots of stylistic seal groups comprised of many more seals. Some of these groups are so stylistically and proportionally alike that they were probably carved by the same hands. These three seals, which we also saw yesterday, came from a single excavation pit at Harappa. And you do not have to conduct formal analyses to determine that they are stylistically and proportionally nearly identical. I argue that it is highly likely that these three seals were made by the same artisan or artisans who were highly skilled and very good at making unicorn seals. Other stylistic groups are a lot more variable, both in terms of their carving styles and their proportions. And this kind of holds regardless of the size of the groups or their distribution patterns. Most of the stylistic groups that I've identified so far are small, 5 seals or less. But some of them are actually quite large, like the one pictured at the top of the screen here. And the larger the group is, generally speaking, the greater likelihood there's going to be some minor stylistic variation. I think it's also important to mention that we identified evidence of stylistic groups beyond the major urban centers. They don't all come from Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, or Dholavira. In fact, we've got pretty good evidence of stylistic seal groups from Lothal, Kalibangam, and possibly from Mohenjo-daro too. These distribution patterns, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, are actually quite complex. We have single site groups at the larger urban centers. We have stylistic groups confined to one mounded area of the site, others comprised of seals from different mounded areas of the site. We have multi-site stylistic groups, some of which are regionally based, centered primarily around Harappa or Mohenjo-daro, and then we have multi-regional distribution patterns. What this all suggests, along with the discovery of unfinished seals and manufacturing waste, is that unicorn seal production, at least, was taking place at multiple sites, and that there were probably multiple artisans and workshops involved in production. This strongly supports a decentralized form of production and use throughout the Indus as a whole. And this is significant because this is not what we see when it comes to seal production in contemporary ancient cultures in Mesopotamia, elsewhere in West Asia, and in ancient Egypt. This is a different kind of seal production. After completing my dissertation, I wanted to evaluate and see if we could identify similar patterns with seals engraved with other animal motifs. And the short answer to this question is yes, we can. Now, these kinds of seals occur in much lower frequencies and are generally restricted to only a few sites. But you can see the image on the top of the screen here pretty clearly demonstrates that there were a lot of different ways to carve a tiger's head. It's not hard to tell that's a tiger, but there's a lot of different ways to carve it. So there's variability in the ways that the tiger and other animals were carved, but we can also see some patterns. Look at the pair of tiger seals right below that top image from Mohenjo-Daro. They are stylistically and proportionally nearly identical, and you'll also note that they have shared characters in the inscriptions. They're not duplicate inscriptions. We don't have a lot of those. But look at the ways the shared characters are carved. This is a level of stylistic and metric coherence, which again, strongly suggests that the same artisans were involved in their production. And we have other examples of other seals from different sites with animal motifs. The other thing I want to mention before wrapping up is that even though we focus, and rightly so, on inscribed seals from the integration era, from the mature phase of the Harappan period, we have other ones, particularly those with geometric motifs. And this is extremely important because it represents continuities from earlier phases. Certain types of geometric motifs appear on seals in the regionalization era before the Harappan period. They continue throughout the mature period, and a few of them continue into the last period, the localization era. Very good evidence of long-term continuity in seal production. We don't know a lot about seals from the post-urban period or the localization era, and we've really only found them from a couple sites, primarily either in Baluchistan or Sindh. One or two examples from Lothal. And two things I want to emphasize about this, which have largely been ignored or marginalized in earlier research, is that the idea that seals just disappear after the integration era or the mature phase, it's incorrect. They do continue to be used and made, but the nature and scale is quite different. Something has changed. No longer do we have seals inscribed with the Indus script and the typical animal motifs that often accompany them. So seal use continued, at least for a couple hundred years, but was quite different. And even though we only have a small number of these seals, there is still variation present, which again suggests people are making seals in different places, and probably for different reasons. We can see this variation in raw materials, morphology, and iconography. And I want to mention too that there is evidence of intercultural connections even after the decline of the Indian urban period, which are also suggestive of continuities. So on the bottom of the screen here, you see a late Harappan circular seal from Lothal. Next to it on the right, you see a contemporary circular seal from Bahrain. And we already know that there were connections between the Indus and the greater Gulf region. We heard about it yesterday. What I want to emphasize here is that at least some of this continues into the late period as well. There is a lot of other current and recent research on Indus seals and writing. Now is a very good time to study them. And I don't have time to go through all of these papers and research publications in great detail, but what I will emphasize right now is that people are studying Indus seals and writing in a variety of different ways, and even more important, much of this research is now being undertaken by Indian students and scholars, including one who you will hear from later today. These are very positive developments and provide some suggestions and ideas for future research on Indus seals and writing. Now, almost all of these studies, and really anybody who studies Indus seals, relies on the corpus of Indus seals and inscriptions, the CISI volumes. They are the best source of data for studying Indus seals with high-quality photographs and usually varying levels of contextual data. So look at the image on the upper left. That is from the original publication of Marshall. Now look, or Lothal, excuse me, from Rao. Now look to the right. That's one of the published images from the CISI volume. And the two images on the bottom are also from CISI volumes. They are much, much higher quality images taken by professional photographers. They also contain varying degrees of contextual information, and as the CISI project has grown and evolved, greater levels of contextual information and bibliographic information have been included. If you want to study Indus seals and writing, you have to use the CISI volumes, or at least you should be. It's the best. Now, many of you are probably aware that this project has been the life work of Dr. Asko Parpola. He and his colleagues have spent 50 years creating 5 volumes of Indus seals and other inscribed materials. The 6th and final volume is in preparation now. Once it's done, Parpola is going to retire. This will represent a major, major change in the ways that people study and access Indus seals and writing. So now, at this international conference, is a very good time to start thinking about and discussing what's going to happen next. What needs to be done to ensure that future scholars can continue to study seals and writing? The first thing that needs to be done is to secure that archive to ensure that it is available for future research. For reasons unclear to me, Asko Parpola's university does not want it. And so that archive needs to be secured. And ideally, it will be possible to continue the CISI project in the future as new materials are recovered and published, and new information is revealed. All of this is going to take time, resources, and collaboration. And I have no illusions about this being the purview of one or a few people. We need a lot of people to help. But as a preliminary step, last summer my colleagues, Professors Ameri and Uesugi, and I went to Helsinki to begin helping to organize and pack the archive, part of it, which was shipped to UW-Madison. Now, this is not the long-term home of this archive, but what it will be at the Center for South Asia at UW-Madison able to do is make a catalog of it and digitize it, with the long-term goal of returning the archive to institutions in India and Pakistan. Another thing that is very important with the CISI archive is to generate new data and especially create new databases. The CISI volumes are outstanding, but they're kind of analog. They're printed catalogs. They're also, quite frankly, very expensive and difficult to access. So one of our future goals, and this is for anybody who wants to study Indus seals and writing, should be to create new databases, to digitize collections and create databases that can be used for a variety of inquiries. And we also need to continue to publish new inscribed materials as they are discovered and provide additional contextual information as it becomes available. We should also increase visibility and awareness of Indus seals and writing. There are multiple ways to do this. Workshops, conferences, publications, public events, outreach, even informal conversations. These are all important ways to continue to make sure that the study of Indus seals and writing remains vibrant. Conferences like this are the best way to go about doing that, which is, again, the reason that I am so grateful to be here talking to all of you about this today. We also need to promote more collaborative research. People who study Indus seals and writing live all over the world. We, to date at least, have not been able to do a very good job of collaborating across continents, oceans, and institutions. If we can develop new digital tools and databases for analyzing and studying Indus seals and writing, that should make collaboration much more feasible, especially, again, with Indian students and scholars. Indian students and scholars are the future of studying Indus seals and writing. And once we get these archives and collections digitized, it will be much easier for that kind of collaborative research to take place. We also need to look for inspiration and establish connections with other people and institutions who study ancient seals and writing. Indus is obviously not the only ancient culture that made and used seals. There are lots of them all across Asia and the Mediterranean. And there are already institutions with online databases that may help inspire, provide models for the creation of Indus versions in the future. Scholars working on seals and writing in other parts of the world are interested in the Indus and what we do. I was never aware of this until a few years ago when I met people working on the stamp seals of the Southern Levant project. This is a multidisciplinary project using different approaches to stamp seals, resulting in the creation of an incredible open access digital database. Now in the Indus, we are years away from such an open access online digital database. There will be many challenges. We'll need to make sure that we ensure permissions and that all ethical and legal procedures are followed. I'm not arguing that we need an open access digital database. Not right now, at least. It would be ultimately wonderful if we could do that in the future. But what we can at least start doing now is learning about how people studying other kinds of materials are structuring and creating their databases. And we were actually fortunate enough to meet with some of the folks and are hoping that they will be willing to share a shell version of their database with us that perhaps we can use to model one for the Indus. So, to summarize, I hope it's become clear to you now that seal production during the Indus tradition was variable. Different kinds of seals were made and used in different times and places. And when you think about and understand the fact that they were made for 2,000 years in different places, of course they're variable. They're not going to be uniform. This variation can be seen at multiple scales. And that's why I think, again, it's important to understand and think about this variation. We can see some of the variation in terms of chronology, some evidence of regional variation, and even local variation at individual sites. We can now take this variation down to a very, very small scale approach at the individual level by looking at carving styles and techniques. And this is important because, again, it's a useful way to learn about the people and cultures that made and used seals during the Indus tradition. If we can't read the writing, then studying how seals were made and used and how that varied and changed over time is a useful way to learn or at least develop inferences about the people and cultures who made and used them. So what does all this tell us? Well, first I would again reiterate that the diversity of seals demonstrates they were made and used for many different purposes. They're not just for writing. And this in turn suggests that Indus people and cultures were diverse. We heard about this yesterday. I was very happy to hear about. We can no longer think that the Indus was a cultural monolith. It simply was not. Seals are just one other piece of the puzzle that demonstrates that this civilization was incredibly diverse and lots of different cultures. It's not a culture, it's cultures. Having said that, some of the standard forms and continuities represent shared knowledge of how and why to make and use seals. It's not coincidental that there are continuities in production and iconography throughout nearly 2,000 years of the Indus tradition. Furthermore, the widespread distribution of seals demonstrates that people, goods were integrated across considerable time and space. Again, using a comparative framework, what we see throughout the Indus tradition is that seal production and use is very different than it is in contemporary cultures in West Asia, where production, for the most part, at least contemporarily with the Indus, was rigidly controlled and usually associated only with authority. What this suggests in turn is that the Indus tradition was composed of diverse people and cultures. That's not new. We've known about this for a while. All we have to do is look at India today. It's one of the most culturally and linguistically diverse places in the world. There's no reason to think that it wasn't like that in the past. But what it really does is raise a more important question of how that integration, how those connections were built and maintained for such a long period of time. And when we use a comparative approach, again, in perspective, to look at the earliest Bronze Age civilizations, states, and urban societies in the 3rd millennium BCE, what we see is that there's generally two ways to do this. The first, which is always inherently less stable, is through coercive force, conflict, and conquest. The second, far more effective and long-lasting, is what appears to have happened in the Indus tradition. People, communities are integrated through exchange, ideas, and beliefs. And to me, this is the singular most important and unique thing about the Indus tradition, and something that we in the future should make sure to remember and share with future generations. Indus seals were made and used for a very long time. They served many functions. They're diverse, and I've tried to summarize how multifaceted approaches to study them is useful. Seals are small windows into organization and changes in Indus social, political, economic, and ideological systems over long periods of time. Such studies as this are necessary to advance our awareness, understandings, and interpretations of one of the world's earliest, most unique, and ultimately effective urban society. Thank you very much.
So this is Dilshat Fatima. She'll give a talk now. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dilshat Fatima, and I'm here to present my research paper, which is entitled with the bead making, a cultural identity of the Indus Valley civilization. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank to RM Library and the State Archaeology Department of Tamil Nadu for inviting me for this conference. So I would start my presentation. Okay. So among the many sophisticated crafts of the Indus people, bead making stand out as a key cultural marker, showcasing their artistic skills, trade, networks, and social practices. Indus beads comes in a variety of shapes, sizes, and materials, including semi-precious stones such as carnelian, agate, and lapis lazuli, and many more. These beads were not only ornament but also carried the social significance and other cultural values. Additionally, the uniformity of the beads' style across different Indus cities points to a shared cultural identity and aesthetic that link to a people of the Indus Valley civilization. First of all, why I have chosen bead to relate it as a cultural identity when there are many other features, characteristic of the Harappan civilization, like we have city building, we have pottery making, and many more. I chose this topic because beads are the tiniest artifacts have been found in the Harappan civilization, which are giving greatest cultural values. What are the What is the value of bead? The relationship between bead making culture and identity is deeply intertwined, making it challenging to separate the two. My aim is to illustrate how indigenous artist utilizes transculturation to fortify their cultural identity. Although beads may be small in a size, their significance in understanding the Harappan civilization is immense. They offer insights into the social, cultural, economic dimensions of the time, proving that even seemingly modest artifact can provide crucial information about past societies. Bead making is not a lost art, but a dynamic tradition. What makes an activity a culture? An activity becomes a culture, or an act becomes a culture when it is repeatedly involved and practiced consistently and deeply ingrained in the daily lives of a particular group. Such activities are more than functional tasks, they embody the shared value, beliefs, and tradition of a particular group. They take a symbolic significance reflecting the collective identity of this group and distinguishing it from others. As these activities are handed down through the generations, they become integral to the cultural fabric, shaping and reinforcing the group's identity. They contribute to a sense of belonging among members. These activities become essential components of a group's way of life. Through their continuity and evolution, these cultural significant activities not only preserve but also adapt cultural tradition, ensuring that this group heritage remains vibrant and relevant. What is then Harappan bead making culture? The Harappan bead making culture is a defining feature of the Harappa civilization, exemplify exceptional skill. Harappan artisans crafted beads from variety of material, employing advanced methods like drilling, grinding, polishing. The beads imbued with cultural and symbolic significance serve not only as a personal adornment, also the commodities in a broad networks. Today, this ancient tradition continues in Khambat too, where age-old techniques and styles are preserved. Despite regional variations, the consistency in the bead quality highlights the enduring legacy and meticulous craftsmanship of the Harappan people across the vast distance. Now I will discuss the bead making processes. There are number of materials available. There are number of methods which are being used to make these beads. But I will try to summarize most of them to let you know that what are the processes for different material they are using in the Harappan sites which have been studied. Beads are widely produced as used across the Harappan civilization with significant finds at the sites such as Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Chanhudaro, Dholavira, Alladino, Lothal and many other sites. At Chanudaro, a notable bead manufacturing site was discovered featuring a large workshop with the unfinished bead drills and raw materials scattered throughout. Many unfinished beads, metallic and stone drills, broken drill, ingots, nodules, and cups were scattered in the building. A flue system used for heating provided insights into the bead-making techniques of the Indus culture. Lothal revealed a 500 square meter bead factory with a courtyard and multiple rooms. The archaeologists found jar filled with the unfinished bead and raw material along with a kiln heating material. These findings illustrate the Harappan meticulous approaches to making bead. Some very beautiful and tiny beads show a high workmanship and great care taken by the Indus lapidary. So first I will talk about stone bead making technology. So there were different steps. I will discuss one by one. So Harappan lapidaries exhibited remarkable skills in choosing stone, carefully arranging natural pattern to enhance the aesthetic appeal of each bead. This selection process was not crucial as it influenced the final appearance and cultural significance of the beads, which were often crafted from a variety of semi-precious stone. And then the heating. Heating was a key step in a bead making is used to soften stone after their color or enhance their natural pattern. Stones like chert, agate, and jasper were heated in earthen bowls, often with sawdust as fuel, before being cut and shaped. Then it was reduced to the desired size by giving it a blow or cut into shapes by flaking. Carnelian, another stone used to create stunning beads, was not commonly found in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa but was widely used in Chanudaro and Lothal. Beads from Carnelian have also been discovered at sites like Rangpur, Kalibangan, Rojdi, Khanakpur. The stone's natural color is red, but some broken beads reveal that uneven colorization inside it, suggesting that some kind of chemical processes may have been applied to achieve the uniformity on the surface of a bead. Then we have a next step, sewing and cutting. This method allowed the artisans to shape bead with precision, creating intricate designs that have been found in various sites. Beck also have stated the stone is firmly fixed in a strong frame composed of two upright joined at the base by a bar. The cement holding of a stone was made of cloth, fiber, and a bee wax. The edge of iron plate was fixed in a light wooden frame and according to the size of a stone is rubbed backward and forwards. Then comes the drilling part. Drilling was a specialized craft in Harappan beads requiring tools like stone or a metal drill to create precision hole in the beads. Broken and perfect drills found at the sites like Chanudaro, Dholavira, etc. suggest that such stone drills possibly mounted in a bow were commonly used. The drilling technology of Harappan culture was highly advanced, utilizing various types of chert and jasper to drill different materials. Earlier studies rarely mainly or microscopic observations to identify aspects of drill manufacturing techniques and raw material and the mechanism of drilling. Then comes the next part, grinding and the polishing. After drilling, beads were polished by rubbing them against the stone, another stone or the leather. The entire process of the stone selection to the final polishing reflects the Harappan people's deep understanding of stone technology and their commitment to creating beautifully culturally significant beads that served as markers of identity of the social structure. This is the representation of selecting or the acquisition of raw material and chipping it and flaking it, and then process of heating, how it is shown. And this is the drilling. This is the, like you can say, the manual machine of this, and this is the manual representation of the bead drilling. Nowadays in Khambat people are doing it. These are the different variety of drills which have been discovered from the Dholavira sites. And this is the stone polisher which was found from Dholavira and displayed in Dholavira Site Museum. And this is a traditional technique for manufacturing disc beads. These are the final products of different raw materials. And then comes to the etching of the beads. The art of etching Carnanian beads stand as a testaments to the Harappan civilization's sophisticated craftsmanship. S.R. Rao highlights how Harappan artisans created Carnanian beads by heating again pebbles in kilns and adorning them the intricate designs using alkali. The unique decoration processes known as etching involved applying paint to the Carnanian surface, resulting in 3 distinct types of etched beads. The type 1 was white pattern on red surface, and the second pattern is black pattern on a whitened stone surface, and the third is black pattern etched directly onto the stone, and that's a very rare variety. The etching process was first documented by Bellesis in 1857. Then I will discuss the statite bead making technology. Statite as an important prized raw material and which is discovered from every site of the Harappan civilization. Mohenjo-daro, Chanhu-daro, Lothal, Rangpur, every site. So statite beads were so abundant that Beck aptly termed the Indus Valley civilization as the statite civilization, and that also later stated by Vidale in 2000. The journey of statite bead production began the collection and the transportation of the raw statite nodules, revealing that statite nodules were first ground into the elongated rods. These rods were then sliced into the polygonal blanks using fine-toothed copper and the bronze saw, as documented later by Kenoyer. Innovative approaches to bead making include shaping statite paste by hand pressing or the pinching, followed by perforation with a stick and firing. So micro beads powered statite paste was formed into long tubes and then cut into the small segments. Another is mold-based bead production was another sophisticated technique where statite paste was shaped in molds and painted to mimic this appearance of more luxurious stone like banded agate or the edged carnelian. Such painted statite beads were discovered at Mohenjo-daro, demonstrating the artisan's ability to replicate intricate designs. Additionally, some beads were bleached with alkali and fire to achieve a glazed surface, akin to the faience bead manufacturing. Then we have faience bead making technology. The art of crafting faience bead stands as one of the most sophisticated and revered techniques in Harappan bead making culture. These beads, found in abundance at Harappan sites like Khanakpur, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Chanhu-daro, Lothal, Rangpur, reflects its intricate skills and innovations of the Harappan people. The process of creating faience bead began with the carefully prepared paste made from a blend of a quartz or a statite sand and a glassy flux and a coloring agent. The mixture was then molded into the desired shape, dried in the sun and baked. The perforation of the bead was achieved by rolling the paste around a thread which, when burned during the baking process, left a hole in its place. To bind the grain together, substance like silicate of soda or alkali were likely used, resulting in a granular structure that make the bead soft and delicate. In terms of manufacturing techniques, faience beads, whether fine or coarse, were subjected to high temperatures during baking. The process of creating cylindrical and thin wafer beads closely mirrored than used the statite beads. The faience beads unearthed from the various Harappan sites displays a wide array of shapes and color ranging from blue and green to yellow, black, white, chocolate and red. Blue faience beads in particular were produced in 2 distinct methods. In the first method, the color was mixed directly into the paste, and the second method, the color was applied only onto the surface. Then we have a metal bead making technology. The Harappa civilization was not only skilled in crafting beads from stone and clay, but also exhibited remarkable expertise in metal bead making. Excavation across various Harappan sites have unearthed beads made from gold, silver, copper, and with gold and silver beads being particularly prevalent in each and every site. This significant discovery was made during recent excavation at Mandi in Uttar Pradesh, an Indus site, where a remarkable collection of gold bead was found. This collection, referred to as a jewelry hoard, showcases the continuation of gold bead making traditions well into the historical period. The Mandi is a particularly fascinating, containing gold beads of various types, including spacer beads, hollow terminals, and both singles and double bell-shaped bead, as well as paper-thin circular beads. The hollow terminal beads from the Mandi hoard are another fascinating examples of Harappan metalworking. The Harappans' mastery over metalworking techniques. One method involved hammering a metal into the sheets, which was then folded into desired bead shapes and size. This method was notably used in the creation of gold bead found at Lothal. And then we have a terracotta bead making technology. Terracotta beads are another testaments to the Harappan involving innovative spirit commonly found in excavation. The process of making terracotta beads involved shaping the clay by hand, either by pressing it into the desired shape or rolling it against a surface. Some beads were made by combining rolling and pinching methods before firing. Perforation was achieved using a stick of a bamboo or a reed, and decorations were added with a pointed object or a stick. The more intricately decorated terracotta beads were often made using molds, a technique that allowed for the production of beads with complex designs. Excavation at Harappan sites like Harakhigari, Takhtar, Khanwala Dera and Shikarpur have revealed terracotta beads that imitate the shapes of popular stone beads, particularly the long cylindrical Carnanian beads, which is the typical Harappan beads of the Indus Valley civilization. At Banavali, terracotta bead imitating stone and faience beads were discovered, along with terracotta beads featuring gold inlay, highlighting the Harappans' creativity and attention to detail. Additionally, at Harappa, terracotta beads made from different colored clay were found, designed to mimic the appearance of the banded agate beads. As we have explored the various manufacturing techniques of the Harappan beads, it becomes evident that each step in the process of the testament to the skill, precision and the creativity of the Indus people. The intricate art of bead making in the Harappan civilization was far more than a simple craft. It was a profound expression of the cultural identity, artistic genius and the sophisticated social structure. The Harappan lapidaries, through their dedication to their craft, left behind a legacy of beauty, skill, and innovations that continue to captivate and inspire. Their beads are not just artifacts, they are enduring symbols of a civilization, value of artistry, trade, cultural cohesion, connecting the Indus people to the wider ancient world and leaving an indelible mark of the human history. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Greg and Dilshad, for the illuminating talk. Now the floor is open for questions. So, yeah, great.
Please, thank you.
Hi, to Professor Jamison, I have this question that regarding the regional variation in seal making, what is there any evidence that in some of the hinterlands or like less urban, smaller townships, like the seal makers were like deputed by some local authority, and they did not really know the more sophisticated and all the ideology of that was going into seal making, and then they're imitating and making some mistakes, because I think while looking at those seals for years, for the Balakot seals, sometimes we find that there are small differences in directionality, and also as if things are not that intricately engraved, etc.
That's a very good question, thank you. The short answer, I think, is yes. We can pretty clearly see differences in the skill, what I interpret or infer to be skill of the people who made and used the seals based on their levels of stylistic and proportional coherence.
Yeah.
And some groups are, like the one I showed you from Harappa, they're very uniform. Others are not, and for the most part, those differences can be seen in Gujarat, is the short answer.
Yeah. Thank you. And a quick question for Ms. Dilshad Fatima. So, regarding the etching of the carnelian beads, I think though Mark Kinoir has done some great experiment on how the etching was happening, I think we read that it is difficult to understand what kind of chemical processes went into it. And then when in Tamil Nadu, some of the excavated sites we see etched carnelian beads, shouldn't we think that is a very important signature, that kind of one type of technological continuity or very kind of a very maybe secretive kind of this very community-based knowledge was being transferred by what like etching was happening? Because I think when we try to buy modern carnelian beads, I think the dealers say that they don't know how to do etching and all. Thank you.
Thank you. If we talk about the continuity, so in which period you are talking about when, where from Tamil Nadu you have found this etched carnelian bead? For continuity, we have to trace the complete continuation from that period to that particular period, okay? So I'm not talking about the continuation, but definitely colorization of the stone or the etching of this stone definitely have been found in ancient Indian stone tool technology. Stone bead making technology. So definitely it has already been studied, and maybe so far there are two methods only have been discovered. First is like alkali, and the another is there is a I forgot the word, the Karashi word, which it was a floral juice of that particular plant. So maybe it is both are the assumptions, not the technological aspects. So definitely in future it will be studied and they declare. Thank you.
Greg, fascinating talk. So I have a couple of related questions. The first one is, since you mentioned that you can identify just through the idiosyncratic nature of the carving, the workshop, or even the artist who had carved the seal, and you can see that they have actually carved different stylistic themes. Do you actually see seals carved from the same workshop ending up in different Indus cities?
That's a great question, thank you. So first of all, let me be sure to clarify. When I talk about artisans and workshops, I'm using it just as a descriptive term. I don't know how many artisans would have carved a seal. It could have been one person, it could have been multiple people, or how long a workshop or a carving style would have existed. But to your question, the answer is yes. There are examples of stylistic unicorn seal groups in which we can see seals from multiple sites. In some cases, most cases, one of them is from Harappa or Mohenjo-Daro, and then the other one is from a smaller site. Sometimes those are regional. So for example, Gujarat, Sindh, or Gagar-Hakra. Other times they're much more widely distributed. So I use this idea primarily as an analytical concept. I would love to be able to tell you how many artisans there were, but we can't know that.
Right. I mean, it's intriguing that, you actually have, let's say, a factory which is sending seals from one city to another, which is what the point of my question was. And a related question is, by chemical analysis of the material of these seals, can you identify the precise location from where the steatite was mined?
Yes, we can in some instances, but that has largely been the work of my colleague, Dr. Randall Law. He has done extensive geochemical sourcing, not only on steatite, but pretty much every other rock and mineral that Indus peoples would have used.
And do you see a correlation between where the steatite was sourced and where the finished product ended up, in which of the cities?
I do not yet. Now, unfortunately, it's very difficult to be able to assess that unless you can actually study the seals, right? I rely primarily on the photographs. But I think more broadly, again, this is an excellent question, it seems to me that the ends justified the means. And what I mean by that simply is, I don't think it really mattered to Indus craftspeople how a seal was made, as long as it was made. And if you think about people making them in different sites, perhaps different workshops, learning different ways to do it, there are going to be different ways of doing it. And actually, that was one of the key findings of my ethnoarchaeological research as well, that I really didn't have time to discuss. The artisans that I worked with in Udaipur, they had very, very, prescribed ways of making seals. Artisans I worked with in Fatehpur Sikri did it completely differently. And what really mattered was, of course it was interesting to me that the operational sequences were different, but ultimately they all ended up getting to the seals. And I think that's probably the main point. And we can see that with other kinds of Indus crafts too, I should mention. It's not just seals. We can't just think about seals in a vacuum. We need to think about seals in relation to other kinds of material culture. And we're seeing similar phenomenon with other material culture too.
Hi, so I'm Ashraf. Actually, I have a question with you. So it was really nice talk. So is there any clue to know that institutional sales or individual sales? Is there any clue we can distinguish between these?
That's a very good question. My answer to that right now is no, unfortunately not. I think that is something we could potentially investigate in the future. But again, that would be accomplished by studying the actual seals. And it's very difficult to get access to archaeological seals. I mean, they're small. Most of them are about 2.5 centimeters by 2.5 centimeters. They're often weathered, and they're quite fragile. So I think we could investigate that, but I have not been able to yet.
Okay. So very related to this. So if you can, because we are working in computational epigraphy aspect, decipherment of inscriptions part. So I was thinking that, okay, if you could say something regarding how chronologically the seals with inscriptions and in parallel seal without inscription evolve over time, or both were from same time? Or what was the first and what was the second? Or maybe I can add one more small question, is that what aspect of your study you think more useful for people like us who are involved in decipherment or kind of computational epigraphy part?
Again, great questions, and I'd be happy to talk more with you after the session. So the first question is, we can see changes in carving styles of seals during the Harappa phase, during the urban period, specifically with unicorns. And even though I focus on the unicorn, we can also see changes in the ways that the inscriptions are carved. Whether that also applies to other seals, say with geometric motifs or narrative scenes, I don't know yet. To my knowledge, nobody has really investigated that. And related to your second question, I think what this study can potentially highlight to those interested in studying the script and the writing is that that is also variable. One of the major issues, as I'm sure you're aware, we have with studying in the Indus writing system is that there's no agreement about how many different characters there are. That there are clearly variants,
Yes.
and different scholars, identify different characters. So I hope what my study focusing on primarily iconography, variation in carving styles, similar phenomena occurred with the inscriptions too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. One question to Dilshad. So, have you came across, since you said that a lot of pottery filled with beads been found in various places, was there any pottery with inscriptions, and is there any variation or any correlation between things inside it and the inscriptions? Any pattern you have noticed or anything about it?
No, not yet. It's no evidence like that. I have not. Thank you.
Hi, Greg. It was great a talk, and it was very touching to hear that you are looking for Indian students who can take care of. To begin with, I wonder if there is possibility of having the paperless collection back in India sooner, and we have the people to digitize right here. That would be a good beginning. And to look at a repository, I can suggest a few to start with IIT Gandhinagar, Tamil Nadu State Archaeology, Archaeological Survey of India, National Museum, or for the sake of guarantee, I can say you, Badnagar Experiential Museum would love to host it as soon as possible. And for to here. And about Fatima, I have two suggestions. One, the plant juice which you were talking of, that is Kirar. And the two references I would love to have is in one where you said the carnelian beads are not found in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, but in Chanudara in a proportionate way. That is one. One references I would like to have it, and second references is Mandi as a Indus site. These two references would help my reading. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for the suggestion. I think by mistakenly I said that carnelian was not found in the Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So can we please encourage questions from the students, if there's any, and then we'll go back to... Yes.
Good morning all. Thank you for your insights. I have my question to Ms. Fatima. I understand that the metal beads and semi-precious stones retain their natural colors. But when you said the faience and terracotta have colors artificially been added, could you brief us on how they were sourced and chemically processed and added to the beads?
I didn't get your questions.
The
How it
colors,
was?
the artificial colors which were added to the faience beads and the terracotta beads. Where those colors were sourced, how they were processed and added to the beads.
Okay. For faience, I did not say that. For colorization artificial, I said to agate, chert and carnelian. Okay. And for terracotta, it was not different colors. It was different soil which they were using to make a clay and to make a tea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the students?
Hi, I have a question for both of you. Seals and beads separate activity, were they different, done by different craftsmen, or they were people who did both in similar workshops or conditions?
That's a great question. The answer is yes and no. So at Harappa, for example, we have excavated stratigraphically an area within an enclosed and walled space that we infer was a workshop where not seals, but miniature tablets, which are also inscribed, were found in association with bead production. And this is steatite and faience. But beyond that, there's not a lot of evidence, at least stratigraphically, of that type of co-crafting in the same locations. But it probably occurred. We know, for example, that similar kinds of craft activities, at least at the major urban centers, were taking place in different areas of the sites.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have, can we please have a mic this way, please? Yes.
Thank you, Dilshad and Greg. Lovely presentations. I just wanted to make a comment. It's not a question after Greg's presentation. You talked about the CSI volumes and the tools required for working on the script. I wanted to share with all of you here that the Rojamuthiya Library has already digitized and placed the web concordance of Airavata Mahadevan, and it is the site is indusscript.in. So anybody, it's free for all, anybody can use it. And also I had a chat with Dr. Parpola. We wanted to have a new concordance because the old one was published in 1977 by Airavata Mahadevan at the TIFR in Bombay. So, many seals were discovered after that, so we wanted to have a new concordance. And when I asked Professor Parpola, he replied in the affirmative, so he said we should definitely do it, and we are digitizing them currently at the Indus Research Center of the Rojamuthiya Research Library. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the CSA volumes are also available at the library. Anybody wants to make use of it, you're all welcome there.
Thank you. One last question. By the time the mic reaches, reaches there, I just want to announce that we have Mr. Anwar, the bead maker. People who've attended previous conferences would be well aware of him. We have his workshop set up to the right of the stage across the venue. So any of you who are interested to go interact with him, he's from Gujarat, so he continues the Indus tradition of bead making, is what is the common general knowledge, crafts knowledge that he possesses. So anyone who's interested to interact and see him in action can please visit him during break time. Thank you. Yes, the question.
My question is regarding the seals. We always talk about the matured phase and the late phase of Harappan time. What about the early phase? Do we find any peculiar or unique seals, characters, styles, or iconography on it?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So during the earliest phase of the integration era, what we call, or the mature Harappan civilization, it appears that seals were not very widely produced, and the unicorns at least were carved with a very, very distinct style, and the inscriptions are very short, usually only one or two signs. And at the end of the pre-Harappan period, the regionalization era, or Cote d'Ivoire phase, we have only a couple examples of seals, and they look very similar to the early mature phase seals. The change seems to happen sometime around what we would call period 3B at Harappa, and then it changes again in period 3C. And the best resource on this is actually one of the articles written by Professor Mark Knoyer, who was my PhD supervisor, and I'd be happy to share that with anybody who's interested.
Thank you, Dilshad, and thank you, Professor Greg, for the wonderful presentations and for answering all of our questions patiently. We'll now break for tea, and I kindly request the participants to reconvene in the auditorium in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
ஓகே ஓகே. ஆ சரிங்க, ஓகே. ஆமாம்மா பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆமாம் ஆமாம் கண்டிப்பாக. ரொம்ப நன்றி. வாங்க வாங்க ப்ளீஸ். ஓகே தேங்க்யூங்க. அவங்க எதுவும் இல்லை நாங்கள் சொல்லிடுறோம். பார்க்கணும். இல்லை ஒன்றும் தெரியாதுங்க சார். ஒன்றும் தெரியாது. ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்கள். இஃப் இட்ஸ் ஃபைன் ஓகேனா வி கேன். என்ன நீங்கள் யூ கேன் தள்ளி வந்து
We'll now start the second part of the forenoon session of the conference. We'll have two speakers in this session. I kindly request Mr. Tony Joseph to adorn the stage and accept the humble role of being the chairperson. Thank you so much, sir. The first speaker of our session is Dr. K. Tangaraj, and his paper is titled Origin of Indian Population, IBC and Genomic Perspectives. Please. The second speaker is Dr. Kumaresan, whose paper is titled The Human Genetic History of South India, Modern Genomes Reiterate 5 Ancestries. I now request Mr. Vijay Shankar, former editor of Frontline, current head of research at Roja Mutia Research Library, to felicitate our speakers and the chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now hand over the podium to our chairperson, Mr. Tony Joseph. Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the second session on the second day on the exciting topic of population genetics with two outstanding speakers. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. K. Tangaraj, about whom one could say that he was present at the beginning of Indian population genetics. And he's presently the J.C. Bose Fellow and outstanding scientist at the CSIR Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, or CCMB, Hyderabad. He was the director of the Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics during 2019 to 2023. He was also Director General, additional charge of the Institute for Stem Cell Science and Regenerative Medicine, Bengaluru, during February 2022 to August 2022. His main research for the last 3 decades has been in the field of population and medical genomics, and he has published about 300 research articles. He is an elected fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, and National Academy of Sciences. He is a recipient of several awards, including J.C. Bose Fellowship, Sun Pharma Research Award in Medical Sciences, Raman Research Fellowship, Lifetime Achievement Award, Excellence in Science Award, Distinguished Scientist Award, and he is also the board editor of Mitochondrion, associate editor of BMC Medical Genomics. He was the president of the Indian Society of Human Genetics and founder president of the Society for Mitochondrial Research and Medicine. I now invite Dr. K. Tangaraj to give his talk.
Hello. Yes. So very good morning to all of you, and I must thank Mr. Tony Joseph for his kind introduction. Also thank the organizers, both from Tamil Nadu Archaeological Department and Roja Muttaya Library. So what I am going to talk to you next half an hour is initially about our own origin. I think most of us are very curious to know about our own origin. Then I will try to connect how our understanding about origin of Indian populations helped us for better understanding of the Indus Valley civilization in terms of genetics. When you talk about India, it's not exaggeration to say that India is an ethnic museum because we have collection of large number of population groups. This photo, the picture shows that there are populations which are typically look like Africans, There are populations typically look like Europeans with the light skin color. There are populations with features similar to Southeast Asian, and there are large number of populations which are very typically Indians. But one would wonder that how such a huge diversity arose in India. To understand that, for the last 3 decades, we have been studying various population groups. Probably now you must have studied more than 200 populations and more than 25,000 individuals. And these are some of our findings in a journal, in few journals. And some of the studies are focusing on very specific population groups which are very, very interesting. Some of the populations, some of the publications are based on either linguistic groups or a region and so on. There are few publications looking at the ancient DNA and interpreting, comparing that with the contemporary populations. There are few studies where we wanted to look at broadly about Indian origin and our admixtures and so on. And of course, we have also contributed to the global genomics or global studies on human origin. During this 3-decadic study, to our surprise, we came to know that the first out of Africa human is in the Indian continent or Indian subcontinent. We all know that the modern human arose in Africa about maybe 180 to 200,000 years back, but got spread all over the world. But the question for a very long time has been that who were the first modern human who migrated out of Africa? Anybody can guess who are those who are in Indian subcontinent? Yes. So they are none other than the tribal populations of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We had opportunity to go and collect the sample, of course, more than 25 years back. We collected the samples from the 3 tribes of Andaman Nicobar Islands who typically look like Africans, Onge, Great Andamanis, and Jarvas. We also looked at the Nicobaris. So what I am going to tell you very briefly in the context of today's seminar, that how we have come up with the view using the genetics, understanding the Indian population history. So those who are not familiar with genetics, if you take any cell, particularly the somatic cell, the body cells of human, we have 46 chromosomes, of which 23 we inherit from the father in the form of sperm, 23 from the mother in the form of egg, then it fertilizes, become 46 chromosome again. And this has 3 billion nucleotide long. And as I mentioned that these we inherit equally from both the parents. All the males inherit the Y chromosome, the tiny one, only from the father. Father to son, son to grandson, it goes in paternal lineage. If somebody wants to trace the paternal lineage, we use the Y chromosome marker. We also have the mitochondria in cell, every cell, multiple copies, and each mitochondria have multiple mitochondrial DNA. While we inherit nuclear genome from both our parents, we all inherit, irrespective of male or female, the mitochondria or the mitochondrial DNA only from the mother. You all know that mitochondria is known for powerhouse of the cell. So whatever the energy we required all come from the mitochondria. And the mitochondria we all inherit from the mother, and you know that who is the source of the energy. Therefore, if somebody wants to trace the maternal lineage, use the mitochondrial DNA. Using the mitochondrial DNA, one can actually assign based on the mutation. Mitochondrial DNA is 16,500 base pair. there are specific mutation restricted to one population. Some mutation arose thousands of years back, remained there in that particular site for a very long time, whereas some mutation frequently changes. We use combination of those, and using those changes, one can assign a specific haplogroup. I'm not going into detail because of the very diverse audience. And you can see that each continent has been defined by specific mutations. As you see, Africans have specific haplogroup defined by specific mutation. Similarly, Europe and Asia, particularly India, have M haplogroup is very predominant. And if you go further, North and South America has different haplogroup, Australia, PNG Island, and so on. So it means specific mutations are restricted to one particular population or country or a continent. So based on that, we can assign a haplogroup, and this is a mitochondrial parsimonious tree. Every set of mutation define a different haplogroup, which I will not go into detail. When we try to assign a haplogroup and see whether, because phenotypically the Andamanis are typically look like Africans, and one would expect they will fall into L1, L2 or L3 haplogroup. But to our surprise, they have not fallen into that because they acquired unique set of mutation. Each number represent, if it is 16,500 base pair, 200th position, there is a variation. 1524th position, there is a variation. So based on these variations have not been found anywhere in the world. Therefore, we assigned a new haplogroup called M31 and M32. And we also calculated the age of the population, and we have concluded that probably Andamanis are the first modern human who migrated out of Africa, taking southern coastal route and reached Andaman and Nicobar Islands about 65,000 years back. So this is the first genetic study showing that the Andamanis are the first modern human migrated out of Africa. Of course, this you can see that about 2 decades back. And this study, when we published, I think all the big journals and TV, everything, this was reflected, including BBC Tamil. You can see that Adimanidan Africa. So this remains, even today, holds true because there is no contradiction so far about origin of modern human, and the Andamanis are the first modern human who migrated out of Africa. Then coming to study which we conducted after the human genome was sequenced, about 1 million genetic variations have been identified across the world. Using those, whether we can able to conclude something about origin of Indian population. So in this study, what we have done was we selected very carefully 25 different population groups across 4 major linguistic groups: Dravidians, Indo-European, Austroasiatic, and Tibeto-Burman. We also used the social categories, so-called upper caste, so-called middle caste, lower caste, tribes, and primitive tribes to have representation from all over India. And we came to the conclusion that in the prehistoric India, there were 2 founding populations. One we call them as ancestral South Indians, other one is ancestral North Indians. And the ancestral South Indians are probably part of the early human migration, African from Africa to Andaman. And you can see that while traveling through the southern coastal route, some groups stayed in southern part of India, Kerala or Tamil Nadu, or in both the places, and they formed ancestral South Indians. Other one is ancestral North Indians, who are also related genetically to Europeans. I'm not going to detail because of limitation of time. There are some mutation, particularly the skin color mutation is common in Europe, Middle East, and northern part of India, but not in southern part of India. Similarly, the lactate persistent gene mutation, which is common in Europe, Middle East, and northern part of India, but not in southern part of India. So that shows that there was a second wave of migration where people have migrated towards north. Some group has gone to Europe, and some group has come to northern part of India through Middle East. So these two groups have admixed some time back, which I'll come a bit later, and gave rise to many population groups. Today, the contemporary populations are the mixture of these two founding groups. If you go to extreme north, they will have some proportion of ancestral South Indians. If you go to extreme south, they will have some proportion of ancestral North Indian. In between, there are different frequency of these admixture. On the other hand, if you look at, this is called principal component analysis, where we have all Indian groups, we have European HapMap sample, this is African HapMap sample, and Chinese HapMap sample. You can see there are hundreds of individuals, they are in a single cluster, suggesting that genetically they are more homogeneous, not much difference. Whereas look at Indians, every single population makes a cluster, right? That means every single population is unique, but there are connection between all these groups. That's why every group has systematically arranged. That means there's admixture, which I said earlier, has happened. And when that happened, I'm going to tell you the coming slides. So this says that India is not inhabited by a single large population, whereas we can interpret that India is inhabited by large number of small population groups. Why they are certain amount of uniqueness in each population? That's because of the endogamy, which you have been following last few thousand years. Endogamy means marrying within the group. That means after separation, there is a mutation arose in the population that's going to remain in that particular population, not in the other population. Therefore, that makes every population is very, very unique. So now what I am going to talk to you is that when this admixture took place, which I mentioned earlier, between ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indian, to study that we used large number of population group from south, large number of population group from the north, using different statistical tools. We came to know that, as I mentioned earlier, there are two founding populations, ancestral South Indians and ancestral North Indians. So these two groups initially gave rise to few populations independently. You can imagine that in the prehistoric India, somebody settled some group, the founding group settled in jungle, and after finishing whatever the food material available there, some group was ever very active, they wanted to go to some other place in search of food. After settling for several generations, that became different population group. Similarly, there could have been several such split had happened on both the directions. But during the last 2,000 to 4,000 years, what you see, mixing of color, that means mixing of genetic material. That's what we have seen in the last slide. That's admixture took place, and that gave gradient of cluster. So this happened during the last 2,000 to 4,000 years. After admixing, for the last 2,000 years, or precisely 1,800 years, every single population started maintaining the endogamy, means marrying within the group. All of you are aware that every single population in India marrying within the group. So because of the unique composition of each group, that means marrying within the group, mutation arose, that makes every single population is very, very unique. Probably the caste system which arose much later might have put more pressure on every single population to strictly maintaining the endogamy. And we are further working on it to find out the impact of this endogamy on our health and disease, which I am not covering here. We found large number of populations which are small in size, having population-specific recessive disease. We identified large numbers of mutations and large number of population-specific disease, which I am not talking here. In addition to these two founding groups, there are several migrations which happened in the recent past. For example, Siddhis, who have been brought by Portuguese traders, and they are the Bantu-speaking people who came during the 15th to 19th century. They are in three places, Gujarat, Karnataka, and also in Hyderabad. We have not included the Siddhis from Hyderabad because they are admixture. So these are the three places where they are there. And of course, after migrating, they admixed with the Indian groups. You all know about Jewish populations. Again, they have migrated during 5th and 10th century, and they can actually, you can also see that they have very tiny amount of their original genome, but mostly they are admixed with the Indian groups. On the other hand, Parsis, you also know that Parsis is a small group, they also follow a very strict endogamy, and so they are much more endogamous in nature compared to Jewish populations, because they preserve, and because of that they have larger number of diseases, which probably you all must be knowing. So all of this put India is one of the very complex nations, as I mentioned that it's an ethnic museum, but all of this now made India having more than 4,600 anthropologically well-defined population groups, which includes 532 tribes, 72 primitive tribes, that includes 36 which are following still hunter and gatherer's lifestyle. That means they just go and hunt for food, they don't do any job including the agriculture. Now, having studied large number of populations, having some of the information about every single population groups, can we use this knowledge to understand the Indus Valley civilization? So I'm not going to talk too much of background about that, but I'm going to talk to you only about the genetic aspect, of course a little bit of the archaeological aspect. So this was in collaboration with our colleague, Dr. Vasant Shinde. Earlier he was in Pune, in Deccan College. Of course, later on he moved. He also spent some time in CCMB. So these are the places where they have done excavation and found, of course, these are some of the images which I borrowed from here, borrowed from Professor Vasant Shinde. And this is the present day situation in Indus Valley. So what actually we looked at is, there was one bone sample which was very intact, as you see here, more closely like this. And these are some of the artifacts which was found in the place where the skeleton was obtained. And we used the ancient DNA technology. It's very difficult to obtain a DNA from ancient material, particularly a country like India, where our climate is not suitable for preserving the biological material in good condition. Of course, we studied, there are several bone samples from Himalaya, place called Rupkund, which was very intact because it was frozen all the time. But this sample is very, very challenging, and those who are working on ancient DNA knows about the challenges where lying in isolating DNA, because getting the DNA is very, very crucial. Once you get the DNA, then of course you can analyze and get it. And this shows the process of ancient DNA study, and of course one has to be very, very careful wearing such kind of dress, otherwise our own DNA would contaminate with that. We need to be very, very careful. Drill the bone and process it using appropriate chemicals, because the procedure is not standard for all of this, because depending upon the nature of the bone sample, the procedure vary. And you get more broken DNA. We cannot precisely look for the region which you wanted. Sometime you might get, sometime you may not get during the process. So based on available information, one has to come to the conclusion after the sequencing. When we sequenced the ancient DNA material from Rakigiri, we have, this is called as principal component analysis. We have, these are the steppe fossilized DNA. So these are Iranian sample, these are South Asian, and this is a Rakigiri sample, just only one sample. People also question whether we can conclude anything based on one sample, because that's available. So if you get more sample, the conclusion might be different, not all the time, but whatever the conclusion was drawn is based on the sample available with us. And that shows more close affinities with both Iranian and South Asians. This also shows, this is called a structure analysis, where these are Indus Valley Civilization Plain, Swat Valley Iron, and this is Iran and Turan Bronze Age. This is the Rakigiri sample, more of this than whatever we have, but these genetic components are absent in Rakigiri sample. So using that, so what we have concluded is, you can look at, these are different age. This is Indus Valley sample. As I mentioned earlier, that the Andamanis are the first modern human who arrived in the Indian subcontinent. And now using that knowledge, using that information, if you look at the Indus Valley sample that has two broad genetic components. One is from Iranian hunter-gatherers who probably was splitted around 12,000 years back, majority of them, but this also has the Andamanis hunter-gatherers. That means we also know that there was an admixture long ago. So there was two waves, the migration has gone from top to, top in the sense from north to south, south to north. So that's how the Rakigiri sample consists of both Iranian hunter-gatherer and Andamanis genome. But what is interesting is there was no contribution from Iranian farmers or Anatolian farmers. So that also gives a suggestion that probably the agriculture must have started independently. We know that the agriculture and also domestication of animals started in a place called Fertile Crescent. And it's broadly known that they are the one has taken the agriculture even to Europe and other part of the world. But what this suggests is that the Indus Valley sample does not have the Iranian or Anatolian farmers, suggesting that probably the agriculture must have started independently in Indus Valley or other places. So this was about 5 to 6,000 BCE. So this gives a clue that the Indus Valley sample as the ancient human sample from India. So that, I think most of you are trying to address this question, whether how the Indus Valley civilization has been brought together. So I don't know, because the Andamanis, you know that they still follow hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and have seen how they are even today. But I leave it to you that how this migration happened. Migration, of course, happened, but how the proportion of large number of genome from Andamanis, which migrated, how they become more civilized or equipped with having such kind of culture in Indus Valley. So I stop here and take question later on, and I must thank all my colleagues. There are several of them who are part of the study, the broader study, but of course, so in this particular study, Neeraj Rai, my former students who is in Birbal Sahani Institute, my good collaborators, David Reach from Harvard Medical School, Vashan Sinde, which I mentioned earlier, Jnaneshwar Chaubey, who is in BHU, Priya Murjani, and of course, my mentor, Dr. Lal Singh. And we have received large amount of funding from Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, UK India Education and Research Initiative Grant, Department of Biotechnology, DST, that's the Department of Science and Technology, and Medical Research Council at London. That's for different study. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thankaraj, for that very illuminating presentation on Indian genetic history. I would now invite Dr. Kumaresan, who is Professor and Head of Department of Genetics at the School of Biological Sciences, Madurai Kamaraj University. Dr. Kumarasan's research involves integrative genomic investigation of the exhaustive genomic resources and develops workable hypotheses which he further tests in human cellular models. Dr. Kumarasan has completed about 15 cancer genomics projects and extensively explored cancer genomics data to understand molecular cell biology of cancer cells and to gain insights on targeted therapeutics for the eventual translation. His group is also exploring transcriptional impact of drugs to understand the unknown beneficial and off-target effects of drugs. By integrative genomic methods, as well as by using molecular cellular methods, the targets of the drugs are identified. Based on the identified targeting features of the drugs, drugs are indicated for off-targeting, repurposing more specifically for subgroups of the tumors. Dr. Kumarasan is investigating ancient genomics of the archaeological human, animal, plant, and bacterial remains from the archaeological excavations of the Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Kumarasan.
So thank you, Dr. Tony Joseph. And I would like to thank the organizers, Professor Rajan, Sivanandam sir, and Uday Chandran sir for giving this opportunity. And today I'm going to talk about what is known about the genetics of Indian history, specifically South Indian history. Dr. Thankaraj has already narrated everything. So maybe in the first part I also will, because whatever the studies Professor Thankaraj has mentioned, and this just an overview, and it has for example, one paper has, in my view, it is worth of some 20 PhD thesis, 20 quality PhD thesis, it has that much of information. And so in the first part I will talk about that, and then I also will talk about whatever we are doing at Madurai Kamaraj University from the biological samples of Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu. And also while we try to understand the genetics, definitely there are so many gaps. So that is also the major concern. So so as I mentioned, there are so many questions. This is looking like, some movies, nowadays, there are some movies, at a stretch you will have some 3 different versions which would be coming. So fundamentally the basic thing will be one thing, but I think we may be trying to understand it in a different way. That's quite possible. So the first question what we are interested in is, who are the people in South India 100,000 years back, and then what are the major migrations to South India? And based on whatever the literature we have, so we have 2 hominid ancestries and 3 Homo sapiens ancestries. And finally, what is the genetic composition of South India in large? I think as mentioned by Dr. Selvakumar yesterday, definitely we have approximately 5,000 groups, population groups. And we may not be able to fit everything into one model, but still in large, in South India. So what is the genetic composition in large or on average? And then, which is more relevant to this event, what is the connection between South Indians and then Indus Valley, and maybe even beyond that. and also about what we can infer from the mitochondrial haplogroups, Y groups, and so on. And also, in all these genetics models, definitely there are flaws, or like, we don't have better understanding. So while we are trying, I think this is the journey for understanding. While we are trying to understand, obviously there are so many questions. So that also needs to be addressed. And like, so ancient population genetics, we can understand from the ancient DNA data analysis. So that is one thing. And second thing is we can also understand a lot from the current human beings' genome, modern genome. And I think you all well aware about the archaeological evidences, linguistic, cultural, and heritage also. Now, our genome itself is a graveyard. We have like 3.4 billion bases, but all the DNA is not exactly coding for our function or for requirement. About like maybe 98% of our DNA is just a graveyard or is a fossil. So I think we don't need to go for like, archaeological evidences. Our genome, we are carrying our past in our DNA, whether we like it or not, we are having it. So that is also like, most prominent approach we can try to understand. For example, in my DNA, I am definitely having all the ancestries, whatever I had. Probably if I came through Iran, Iraq, or wherever, Middle East, definitely like, whatever the DNA which was there at that time, a trace would be there in our DNA. So that is what like now in many Western countries, it's there in India also. People are like, testing their ancestries. There is a DNA test, like, if you give your DNA, and then they will test what are the proportions of ancestries you have, and then they will give you back, whether we like it or not, I think, but it is already there in many places. So that can be done. And in this talk, I'll be talking about like, whatever South Asian, regions, Central Asia, North Asia, Europe, West Asia. So first question, who are the probable inhabitants of South India 100,000 years back? And there are evidences from, there are some 4 evidences, the traces of Homo erectus, like, is there in India. There are some few places in different parts, like, Madhya Pradesh, some from cave yard, and also from the Atharambakam, Dr. Sandeep Papu's study, though they don't have the biological samples, but they have the stone tools and everything, which clearly tells that Homo erectus were there about 1.5 million years back. But we don't have any biological data. And then indirectly, we can also infer that we do have Neanderthal ancestry and Denisovan ancestry in our DNA. Today, if you take any DNA from India, anybody's DNA, there is a small proportion of Denisovan ancestry, Neanderthal ancestry, but we don't know whether Denisovans were there in India. I don't think that we have any evidences to say that. But the route in which we came, we probably took Neanderthal DNA and we took Denisovan DNA also. But here, people are also talking about the possible introgression between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, and Homo sapiens and Denisovans, probably which happened around 20,000, 50,000 years back. But we don't know exactly where it happened. But it is also possible that this is a generalized model throughout the globe, not for South India. But now, I'll tell you just right now, we have relatively more Denisovan ancestry, but we don't have any evidences as of now, but I don't know where we took the Denisovan DNA. And during the introgression between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, we do have, that is what we have, Neanderthal DNA, we have Denisovan DNA. But well, there was an admixture between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, it was not a perfect one. Like, for example, there was a male sterility and those kind of things people documented. So in brief, we have 5% of our ancestry from archaic Denisovans and 2% from Neanderthals. And South Asians have more Denisovan ancestry and male fertility is common. And people estimated that somewhere around 28,000 to 54,000. I think these years are relatively rough. I think it's not very, somewhere we say that 60,000 years, 50,000 years, 70,000 years. But I think in different papers, people will be saying different times. And one important aspect is, within India, in the tribals, there is more Denisovan ancestry. So I think this is a kind of a marker. I think now we can use the Denisovan ancestry as a marker. Why tribals have more Denisovan ancestry compared to the caste and other groups, and mainly in the comparison with Pakistan and other places in north. The tribals in India, they have more Denisovan ancestry, which indicates that probably there are different admixtures, and this can be used as a marker. So anyway, just brief here, it's fine. And second question is, what are the major migrations to South India in the last 100,000 years to 10,000 years, or maybe recently? And we have 3 major ancestries. So approximately from 60,000 years to 50,000 years, people reached Just now, Dr. Tangaraj mentioned that through the coastal route, people, I think probably people, the Andamanis, they went to Andaman. Maybe in that route, we had probably some settlers in Tamil Nadu. That is possibility one. And also, there is a possibility that we took northern route, and then at that time, people migrated back to south. So that is the major ancestry, the African ancestry. Then subsequently, around 10,000 to 55,000 years back, people from Iranian hunter-gatherers, again, Dr. Tangaraj mentioned that the West Eurasians ancestry, which probably admixed extensively with India and with every Indians, and then today all the South Indians have this particular ancestry. Then the third one is steppe population, probably from 2000 BCE to 1500 BCE, and then they, from north they came and then extensively migrated with all the populations. So altogether we have three major Homo sapiens ancestries. So Dr. Tangaraj was showing a figure through the coastal route, probably people went to Andaman, upwards. I think, all are the possibilities. We don't know. I think also there is another model. Probably people came from here directly. That is also possible. We don't know. Though we don't have any scientific data for that, there are some evidences saying that people went directly to Southeast Asia, and then I don't know where they met. So here, during this is one of the models. I think this is probably from one of the reviews from Partha Majumdar from National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, and this ancestral South Asian, this ancestry, and one lineage went to East Asia, and another lineage to India, specifically South India, and then this all might have happened at multiple times. We cannot think about this happened once and then nothing like that. It might have happened so many times, maybe every 100 years or every 50 years. So we cannot make a single model, but there is a possibility. See, now the possibility is from Africa, the out of Africa migration might have happened through the coastal route, or somewhere through by some magics. I should not say as an academician, but there are a lot of evidences suggesting that as well. And another third possibility is through this route. Okay. And there is a paper recently from people who have done the modern genome of Singapore about some 2,000 individuals, and they have modeled that about 45,000 years back, Indians and Chinese got separated out. But now, what is the connection between Indians and Chinese? Obviously, this route. So, probably this divergence is around 40,000 years back or whatever. So that's one thing. Now, in some of the papers, people also claim that the Andamanese hunter-gatherers, they have some East Asian ancestry, but that also we don't know. We need to really understand all those things. Yeah, this is the south exit. That is also probably possible, but there are not much DNA data for that. Now, these are the three migrations we discussed about that, and then what is the genetic composition of South Indians today? And this is from this David Reek's paper, and by putting all the data together, we have made a model. Today in South India, in average, this is a cumulative data of about some 30 different populations. Approximately 50% we have this African, out of Africa, so they say it is Andamanese hunter-gatherer ancestry. And another 42% is Indus periphery west. So that is from, again, David Reek's paper. Because in Indus periphery also people have some, ancestral South Indian lineages, along with Iranian hunter-gatherers. Altogether it is 40%. And then the third one is the steppe component, which is about 80%. But this may vary from population to population, individual to individual. So we all mixes, there is no doubt about it. Only the proportion varies. So this is the real data actually, across different castes. You can see that this is more or less arranged from south to north across India. You can see that Andamanese hunter-gatherer or the ancestral South Indian ancestry, it's very high in south. There is a gradient. So whenever we see that, I think Balakrishnan sir always used to say that, and many people used to say that from Indus Valley people used to, they came back, and that is one route obviously. And then second thing is, definitely there is a migration from south to north also. So this might have happened at multiple time points in multiple directions. I'll come to that. So there is a clear gradient from south to north, but also this is there. Again, now if you take a North Indian population also, 50% will be this ancestral South Indian lineage. And then this red one is the Indus periphery ancestry. This is, though there is a small north to south gradient, but it is a major one. About 40%, 50% is there in every Indian actually. Not only probably in Indians, it's probably there in South Asians. And then third ancestry is the steppe ancestry, which is a small ancestry. That is probably for the reason which came much later. But this one, Indus periphery ancestry, which is there for probably I think from 5000 BCE. So to summarize this, in India, we have the ancestral South Indian ancestry we have in our DNA, which is probably 50,000 years old, probably 100,000 years old, because in the southern route, people are also saying that it might have happened 130,000 years back, but we don't know. We need to really understand that. So, but this is not very sharp, narrow, but it is there. And similarly, the West Eurasian or Iranian hunter-gatherer ancestry, which is our Indus periphery ancestry, that is from north to south, it is also bigger one, I think everybody has. And then the third component is steppe ancestry, it shows north to south gradient. This is the current understanding based on about some 10, 15 genomics papers, which is describing about the genetics of India. And as mentioned by Dr. Thangaraj, this is the model from which we take some of the things. We will skip that. So in the recent papers, whatever the model is, Andamanese hunter-gatherers were used as a proxy population for the, because in my understanding, Indus Valley is here somewhere, Andaman is here, but the best possible model is the South Indian, which is there somewhere here, and then that is the nearest population which might have admixed. But in all the literatures, we use I think knowingly or unknowingly, because only the data we have is Andamanese samples, because that is considered as the purest population without any admixture. What are the population we have in India, South India is already admixed with so many population. But still we have to find out genetic methodology or genomic methodologies to distinguish that. So if you could make a model Indus Valley, whatever, why don't we take Africa as a model? Why don't we take these ancestral South Indian, ancestors of ancestral South Indian models. So, and all those things we need to really do that. Okay, now again looking back to David Reek's papers and some other papers, we have the ancestral South Indians. Ancestor means, I think ASI is different, ancestors of ancestral South Indians. This is the original lineage which came from Africa. And in Rocky area, approximately in the paper itself, in Dr. Thangaraj's papers, it is mentioned that 13% is the African, Andamanese hunter-gatherer DNA, or it is also African ancient ancestral DNA, 13%. And in Sari, Sukta, I think you guys know these archaeological places better than me. So in David Reek's paper, they have done some 15 samples, some 25 samples from Indus periphery. In that, about 50% of the samples, they have up to 11 to 50% of this AA, ancestors of ancestral South Indian DNA. And in another paper, which came a few years back from S.K. Williams group, they said that even in Anatolian people, 1-2%, this DNA is there. But of course, these are from the published information, but it is scattered somewhere here and there. And similarly, this BMAC complex, there are so many sites. I think Bacteria margiana archaeological complex, people say that 2 to 5% is this ASI DNA. And also there is a paper from Cambodia, but this is a 700 AD sample, about 40%. But these are only few samples here and there, but still the traces are there. Okay, so so it is obviously possible that there is a south to north gradient at one point of time. I think we don't know the exact. I think the exact time should be somewhere around 10,000 to 3000 BCE or something like that. So we have huge spread. So I think we don't need to always think about only Indus Valley and this one. I think people have migrated even beyond that in west, northwest, and the southwest. Okay, I think it reminds me the Tamil song. வானம் உனது பூமியும் உனது வரப்புகளோடு சண்டைகள் எதற்குங்கிற மாதிரி. So we have our ancestry well beyond these boundaries, but at one point of time. So, yeah, this thing mentioned. So again, to summarize this part, in my understanding, based on the genetic publications, about 60,000 years back, or 50,000 or 70,000 years back, there was a migration from north to south, from the ancestral, the out of Africa population. And it is also possible that there might be another migration which happened through the south. So that was the direction from north to south. Then around 10,000 years to 5,000 years, probably people migrated, because it is very logical to think that in the South India, the population really got expanded well. I also would like to do some mathematical model based on what could be the population size at that time and all those things, and those will give much better idea about this area to us. Then around 10,000 or maybe 20,000 BCE to like 5000 BCE, people also, because of the overpopulation, they also started migrating back. That is what we have seen in the previous thing. Then again, at one point of time, around 1500 BCE or 2000 BCE onwards, people also from Indus Valley, that is what we are talking often, from Indus Valley people migrated back. So I think, there is a back and forth migration to north. This is based on my understanding, my perception. I think we need to really strengthen this with much more evidences. Actually, in literature, the steppe population is one of the very successful migrants, because their migration was like, from somewhere from the east, from East Asia to Europe, West Europe. So they traveled a lot in a very, very short period of 3,000 or 4,000 years back. But on the contrary, this is from Dr. David Rick's paper, but now we could understand that South Indians also, they migrated extensively, but in a very long period of time actually. So that it means like they did not have any pressure. Leisurely they have migrated here and there. But still the major population in South India, the major pool is in South India. That is what, we always have a gradient or the gravity in the south. And another part is, again, as mentioned by Dr. Tangaraj, we can also trace, these are the traces, tracing done by the DNA markers or genomic markers or biparental markers. This also can be done by using like mitochondrial markers. In India, these M or U haplogroups are very common. And, but again, based on their occurrence in the other countries, we can just make a model. But again, there is a small pattern. In South India, we have more of R1A, and this is Y haplogroup, we have more of R1A ancestry. But whereas in the north, east, and western India, that part is very high. Actually, it is relatively less here. So that also, because now there is a paper published by Dr. Priya Murjani from Dr. Tangaraj's group, and she has published that in India, there are some 4 different populations, basically. In South India, we have 3 ancestries. And in the eastern part of the India, there is one more ancestry which came from East Asia or China, whatever. And in the northeast, there is another ancestry which also basically from Austroasiatic. So those proportions are there. And recently there was this is a paper called Genomics of paper in which they have modeled that the combinations of mitochondria and Y chromosome. Here, only thing which I would like to highlight is the the R1A haplogroup, which is basically European or West Eurasian origin, which is very less in tribes. But when it comes to caste, it is relatively high actually, R1A is high. So this kind of distribution pattern, sometime back we have seen that the Denisovan ancestry is there is a distribution pattern across tribes and castes. And similarly, this is also changing, and this all can be systematically analyzed to understand our ancestry better. So now if you take any papers from, because modern genome analysis is one of the best possibilities, but unfortunately from, we have very limited samples from India. Probably Dr. Tangaraj might be having access to bigger samples. There is a study called Genome Asia, there is a study called 1000 Genome, but in 1000 Genome they have modeled the people from Indian Telugus in UK and Sri Lankan Tamils in UK and so on. So this warrants the need for a systematic study of larger modern population from South India. But all the papers reiterate the 3 ancestries in large. And sometimes if you analyze in a better way, you can see the ancestral in South Asians, you can see the Neanderthals and Denisovan ancestry as well. So this is what whatever is understanding what is the way in which I look the data, and these are the directions in which we need to move on with reference to the population genomics of South India. At MKU, we have established a NC Genomics laboratory to work on the archaeological samples of Tamil Nadu. So we are working on ancient human DNA, animal DNA, plant DNA, sediment DNA, microbes, and fatty acids. So one of the methodologies we have adopted is there are a lot of offering spots, because now whatever the excavation sites we go, we get plenty of offering spots actually. But nothing is there, only soil is there inside as of now. And one of the methodologies people used to adopt is, if you could drill it in the interior, and then people are saying that there might be some pores in which some molecules might got trapped. And by analyzing this by mass GCMS mass spectrometry, we can try to understand that what they have used, what they have cooked, what they have stored, and so on. So while doing so, I think we have done some initial trials, and we could find that some cholesterol, this is from offering part from Sivagalai, in one of the parts we could find cholesterol. I think in literature people reported if in the parts, if you see cholesterol, that is an indication of cooking some meat. And similarly from the same offering pot, Sivagalai pot number 6, in the base, side and rim, we could find a molecule from milk, boratic acid. I think it is I think we all can assume that probably people might have used milk there, but still we could find some traces at chemical level. And in many offering pots, what we have done is, I think Dr. Yatish Kumar and then other archaeological officers gave some rice samples from the excavation sites. And then first we have analyzed the molecules present in the rice. And we could find approximately 25 molecules in rice in these pots. Then subsequently, these are the pots which we do not know, nothing was there. But by doing this analysis, we could find that up to some, more than 10 molecules of rice is there. So from that, we could model that in these offering pots, maybe rice was stored. And so this is the way by which we need to move forward. And here one point is most of these pots are from Sivagalai. Of course, other places are there, Sivagalai and Adichanallur, because it is true that Sivagalai and Adichanallur, there are a lot of rice got excavated. Okay. And in the last 2-3 years, we are working a lot to isolate human DNA, and that we are trying by different methodologies that is going on. So while doing so, from one of the samples from Kodumanal, we were interested in analyzing the DNA from the, normally we used to get millions of reads. Well, we analyze many of them would be bacteria or it's not human, and we need to go for depth sequencing. So in one of the samples, we could find some Setaria viridis. Setaria viridis, foxtail millet. And we could find some reads, and it also, normally, ancient DNA is our DNA is 3.4 billion bases, and it got packed into 23 chromosomes. But the DNA, while it is there in the environment for years, it is getting degraded into some 100 base pair fragments. And also at the end, there used to be some chemical modification. That is a sign of ancient DNA. We could find the mark for the ancient DNA. And so here, we got approximately some 8,000 DNA reads, which is representing the foxtail millet, Tamil it is Thinai. And I think the more closest species was Setaria verticillata and Setaria viridis. And here, I think everywhere there are some two contrasting things coming. Setaria italica is mostly people found in all the places, and it's more predominant in East in China, because in some of the archaeological sites from China, people have isolated about they documented the foxtail millet about 7,000 BCE or 8,000 BCE. But our DNA, I think the Kodumanal, the sample, as per Professor Rajan's team's age estimation, it is 480 BCE. So here it is, it's more close homology with the Setaria viridis and verticillata. In the Western Ghats, we have a lot of, from botanical survey of data, there are a lot of places people found the native varieties of foxtail millet. And again, also, it was excavated, I think the prior excavations, which I took from the literature, I believe that some of them are from Professor Rajan's excavations, and all of them they have already reported as Setaria verticillata. So I think we have looked into this data only after, we infer that it is Setaria viridis or Setaria verticillata. So from this, we can understand that what is the species it was probably cultivated. And from this, what kind of model we make is, probably at that time, because there are some, I think these kind of agriculture practices might have originated in different parts of the world, and this is something somewhere close to the wild variety, and I think this is there in some of the places in Africa and other places, but I don't know how the agricultural practices got evolved, but there is a high possibility that it could be an independent origin of, start of agricultural practice. And again, while looking the molecules also, we could find the Thinai, the foxtail millet organic molecules, but again, mostly from Kodumanal and Mailadumbarai sites. So we could see a contrast, a different pattern between rice and Thinai. Thinai, I think, is kind of, I think, based on the samples, whatever we have, 3 or 4 sites is there. And we're also looking back to the, always we I think one of our trust is, our treasure is, Sangam literature. Will you go back, in many places, people have mentioned about Thinai, and then that makes sense, because that is also around somewhere around, at least the written form is around, maybe around 300 BCE or 500 BCE. So that makes sense. And one more thing, point, while we were working, one of the students was interested in, compiling the Sangam literature as a database, and then query for any word, whatever he was interested. And paddy, and because I think people have used rice with milk, rice with ghee, rice with mango, rice with, they have so much of culinary practices This is around 300 BCE or so, whatever the dating people are saying. So if that is the case, at least a few millennia before that, they might have started practicing agricultural practices, all these things. So all this says that somewhere in South India, people settled very well, they were very safe, and they could experiment a lot of things, they could independently evolve a lot of things. Then subsequently, there were a lot of admixtures from the other side, and then they got new things, and then probably that's the way by which it got into. And similarly, from Keeladi, there are a lot of animal bones, and one of the interests is also to identify the animal species. And we have, just sequenced some very few reads, about few thousands. But it shows some maximum homology with the Congaium breed. But we need to derive more data and working on that. Yeah, we have established the Sentinel laboratory. So as mentioned by Dr. Tangaraj, this has to be a sterile. Because one time, before establishing the laboratory, out of curiosity, we just started working in the normal lab. We got a lot of modern contamination. So that's the kind of, so we have the lab now, and we started working on. And so far, we have done some trials, and from various samples from Madichinallur, Kondakai, and Kodumanal, we have generated the data. We are sequencing in millions of DNA pieces, but at the end, few hundreds or a few thousands are being the aligned human reads. Rest of them, they are not contaminations, but some of them are bacteria, but in large, it's being something else. But it is having, though it is a less number of DNA, it is having the damage, so it's ancient. And sometime back from Kondakai, there were a lot of surface burial without, before dating, people have done a lot, and then we also sequenced. But that gave a lot of DNA, but later it was realized that is a modern sample of about 200 years before present. So that has also the damage. So we have done some 5 trials so far, and some of them Dr. Niraj Rai has helped, and some of them Dr. David Rigg has helped. But everywhere, we are getting few hundred reads or few thousand reads. Right now, we are working to get more DNA, and so because if you want to understand the genetics of ancient sample, we need to have at least 80,000 markers or 80,000 polynucleotide polymorphism markers. But now we are getting in the range of 4,000, 5,000. So we need to improve that. But whatever the data we have from Madichinallur and Kondakai, we have model. But because of the low number of samples, we could not say anything. But it shows ancestry with South Asian ancestry with a small data set. And also, we have done facial reconstruction because archaeology, Professor Rajan's team was interested in that. And there were some intact skulls from Kondakai, I think it's Keeladi. Yes, Kondakai. And with the help of a face lab at John Moose University, it was modeled. But of course, 70% it is based on the parameters, anatomical parameters, and then the color and other hair things are which is based on the average population in the region. So, but I wish this has to be done for at least 10 samples, so then we'll have a picture. So right now we are working on a lot of modern genomes also, because whatever the data available from Singapore, Genome Asia project, 1000 Genome project. And recently we have established a facility at Murray University called Cell Scan Facility, where the cells can be scanned. And now what we are doing is taking the soil DNA from the excavated sites and then trying to look for some sediments and pollen DNA. Yeah, we have some pollens. Now we want to screen whatever we have done in 50 of samples or hundreds of samples, and we'll do that. So yeah, because there are a lot of offering parts, but we don't know. At least we can trace that what was there, because there are some protein-based methodologies. We can try to identify the proteins, and by chance, any DNA is there, because there is a possibility that carbon particles might take more DNA. So we are working on all those things. So I would like to thank the funding agencies, Professor Rajan, Sivanandam sir, and we are also collaborating with Dr. David Rigg. He is supporting with all the DNA isolation and everything. And Dr. Manasa, Neeraj also helped, and Dr. Pichappan, and the students. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, speakers, for reminding us that our bodies are the most significant and exhaustive source for understanding our origins. And also, thank you, Dr. Kumaresan, for that light philosophical moment from the Tamil song from the movie Muthu. The forum is open for questions, and we would like to have students ask questions. Please, in the choice of language, there's Tamil, there's Malayalam, there's Hindi, there's Kannada, we have Dr. Maitri here, like Rajan sir told us yesterday. தமிழ்ல கேள்வி கேட்கலாம், தெலுங்குல கேட்கலாம், மலையாளம்ல கேட்கலாம், ஹிந்தியும் இருக்கு. So, I'm so sorry. Just give the students a chance. Once the students decide on their own that they do not have questions, we'll ask.
Maybe we want to wait for the students. I do have a question.
Yes. Yes, there's one. So please tell me you're a student. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, I have a question. Is ancient South Indian DNA is related to ancient East Asian DNA? That's my question.
So India actually consists of relatedness with most of the other continent also. If you talk about specifically ancient DNA, so one of the studies which briefly I mentioned, we did in the Himalaya. There's a place called Rukund. That's not really ancient. It's about 800 to 1,200-year-old sample. There are three groups in that. One, local. Second group is Mediterranean migrant. Third, there is only one sample which is of East Asian, Southeast Asian. Otherwise, also, if you look at the contemporary population, the Tibeto-Burman will have more genetic relatedness with East Asian or Southeast Asian.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the students? Yes. Sir, mic to this section, please.
சார் என் கொஸ்டின் என்னென்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து சொன்னீங்க அந்தமான் நிக்கோபார் ஓட பர்சன்ஸ் தான் வந்து இந்தியாவுக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்தாங்கன்ட்டு. பட் ஒரிஜினலி ஸ்பீக்கிங் லைக் ப்ரீ ஹிஸ்ட்ரியில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஆஃப்ரிக்காலேருந்து தான் வந்து வராங்க. ஸோ கண்டிப்பாக இந்தியன் சப்கான்டினெண்ட்டை க்ராஸ் பண்ணி தானே போயிருக்க முடியும் அந்தமான் நிக்கோபார். ஸோ அது எப்படி சார் இந்த பக்கத்துலேருந்து தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்தாங்கன்னு சொல்கிறீங்க?
அதே தான் சொன்னேன் நான். ஆஃப்ரிக்காவிலிருந்து வெஸ்ட் கோஸ்ட் வழியாக கேரளா தமிழ்நாடு கடந்து அந்தமானுக்கு போனாங்க.
ஸோ அப்போ ஃபஸ்ட்டு அங்கே தானே சார் ஸ்டே பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க? ஸோ
இல்லை, கொஞ்சம் பேர் அங்கே ஸ்டே பண்ணாங்க. ஈவன் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா குறும்பான ஒரு ட்ரைப் இருக்காங்க கேரளாவில். அவங்கள அந்தமானிஸ் அப்புறம் ஆஸ்திரேலியன் அபாரிஜினல்ஸோட கம்பேர் பண்ணிங்கன்னா மற்ற இந்தியன்ஸை விட அவங்க வந்து மோர் க்ளோஸராக இருப்பாங்க அந்தமானிஸ்க்கு. ஏன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு அங்கே தங்குறாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லாரோட அட்மிக்ஸ் ஆனாங்க இல்லைங்களா, அப்போது நம்மளோட ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் கூட சேஞ்ச் ஆகிடுச்சு. ஏன்னா நீங்கள் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணலாம், அப்போது அந்தமானிஸ் ஃபஸ்ட்டு இங்கே செட்டில் ஆனாங்கன்னா ஏன் நம்மளாம் டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருக்கும் சவுத் இந்தியா. பட் அட்மிக்சர் வந்து நம்மளோட ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் எல்லாம் சேஞ்ச் ஆகிடுச்சு. பட் ஸ்டில் ரிமோட் ஃபாரஸ்ட் அந்த மாதிரி போனீங்கன்னா அவங்க ஸ்டில் டார்க் ஸ்கின் கலர், கர்லி ஹேர் அந்த மாதிரிலாம் இன்னும் இருக்காங்க.
ஓகே சார், தேங்க்யூ.
Anish, 1 minute. Yes. Yes. The mic to that section, please.
So good afternoon, sir. My question is, you talked about the preservation bias being a problem in collecting the samples and the preservation. So to what extent there is, how degradation is being tackled, what are the correction methods used to derive more reliable result? And in absence of this probable ADNA, what are other proxies that can be used to support?
In the absence of ancient DNA from human, it's very difficult other genome, either bacteria or any other fungal or any other microbes genome to connect with human migration or origin. But coming to the question, how well preserved or how very badly preserved DNA, that is all depending upon the environment. So environment, if it is a very cold condition, for example, in Europe, we were part of analyzing European ancient genome, which are of 7,000 to 8,000 year old, but still the DNA was very intact. Whereas in India, including Adichanallur, it's very difficult because the temperature doesn't allow the DNA or the biological material to preserve in a proper condition. So in that case, what happened? The DNA become small fragments, right? So in that case, what we use is the technology where you can amplify the DNA in a smaller fragment, overlapping fragment, particularly the mitochondrial DNA. As I mentioned, in every cell, the nuclear genome, only 2 copies. Whereas the mitochondrial DNA, multiple, hundreds of copies. Because large number of mitochondria are in each cell, each mitochondria have large number of mitochondrial DNA. So 2 copies of nuclear genome versus hundreds of copies of mitochondrial genome. Plus mitochondrial DNA is circular, doesn't undergo fragmentation very quickly. Therefore, because of the copy number is more, also circular in nature, doesn't undergo break very frequently compared to the nuclear genome, so that can be used. When you have the mitochondrial DNA from ancient sample, you can amplify small overlapping fragment. You can amplify in a multiple copies, designing a primer such a way that there's some overlap. So you can actually construct with the small fragments, bit longer fragment, but still you can make use of that. And for the whole genome sequencing, also technology is available that you just put the whole DNA, then sequence it. You might get fragments, then assemble with the reference sequence wherever you assemble and try to get the information, then try to conclude based on the available information.
Thank you, sir. Yes, one last question from the student. Yes.
Hello, sir. First, I want to say I'm not an archaeology student or anything. I'm attending the conference as an enthusiast. So I have this question: how the Andamanese tribes were able to preserve their gene without any admixture, despite being at the center point of major civilizations. Like there is the Chinese civilization on the right side, there is the grand Sangam age here, the Indian civilization here, and it is at the Indian Ocean which I think 70% of the trade goes. Normally it is popular conception that America is open on both the sides of the ocean, so there is a lot of admixture and so on. So I wonder how Andamanese tribes are still preserving, are still primitive.
Yeah, good thought. Actually, in Andaman, there are 6 tribes. 4 of them typically look like Africans. They are Onge, Great Andamanese, Sentinelese, and the Jarvas. Of these, the Great Andamanese are the one who admixed. There are very few, particularly there's a male-mediated admixture. Whereas others, including the Sentinelese, of course, they are very remote place, nobody can go there. Onge is also in very remote place, very difficult to for anybody to go there. So these are some of the reason why they have not admixed it. Maybe if there is an opportunity for people to travel in that region, that could have happened. But still they are in very isolated place. There's no way people can go. We went there because of getting permission from Indian Council of Medical Research. There was ICMR Institute at Port Blair. With their help, with very great difficulties, we could reach there. Otherwise, it's not very easy for anybody to go there and reach. So that's an opportunity as not arisen for the admixture.
Thank you, sir. The first audience question, yes.
எனக்கு 2 கேள்விகள் இருக்கு. முதல் கேள்வி வந்து இந்த பாப்புலேஷன் அட்மிக்சரில் வந்து ஈரானியன் ஹண்டர் கேதரர்ஸ்ன்றது ஒன்று சொன்னீங்க, ரெண்டாவது வந்து ஈரானியன் ஃபார்மர்ஸ் அப்படின்றது சொன்னீங்க. இந்த அவங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை தொழில் ஆக்குபேஷன் சார்ந்து அது டிஎன்ஏ எதுவும் மாற்றங்கள் வருதா, இல்லை அந்த இதை வந்து நீங்கள் எப்படி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி சொல்கிறீங்க? அது முதலாவது ஒரு கேள்வி. ரெண்டாவது வந்து இந்த ஸ்டெப்பி ஆன்செஸ்ட்ரி பற்றி நீங்கள் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் டீட்டெயில் கொடுத்தா நல்லாயிருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். தட் இஸ் பீரியட் வென் த அட்மிக்சர் ஹேப்பன்ட் ஆர் த ஏரியாஸ் த்ரூ விச் இட் ஹேப்பன்ட். ராக்கி கரியில் நீங்கள் இந்த எலும்பு கூட வச்சு சொல்கிற மாதிரி இது ஏர்லியஸ்ட் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் பாயிண்ட் நமக்கு எங்கேருந்து நீங்கள் எடுத்துருக்கிறீங்க, எந்த காலகட்டம்? இந்த 2 கேள்விகளுக்கு பதில் எதிர்பார்க்குறேன். நன்றி.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் முதல் கேள்வி, அது 2 சொல்லலை நாங்கள். ஈரானியன் ஹண்டர் கேதர் மட்டும்தான் அட்மிக்ஷாக இருக்காங்க. ஈரானியன் ஃபார்மர்ஸ் ஓட ஜீனோம் இல்லை அதில். ஸோ அது ஒன்று கிளாரிஃபை பண்ணுறேன். அது ஃபர்ஸ்ட். செகண்ட் கொஞ்சம் திரும்ப சொல்கிறீங்களா? செகண்ட் கேள்வி மறந்துட்டேன்.
ஸ்டெப்பி ஆன்செஸ்ட்ரி.
ஸ்டெப்பி ஆன்செஸ்ட்ரி, ஓகே. அது வந்து இன்னொரு ஸ்டடி பண்ணோம், அதை நான் காட்டல, ஆனால் குமரேசன் அந்த ஸ்லைட் காட்டினார் ஸ்டெப்பி ஆன்செஸ்ட்ரி. அதில் வந்து ஒரு 500 ஏன்ஷியன் ஜீனோம் அக்ராஸ் சென்ட்ரல் ஏஷியா, சவுத் ஏஷியாவிலேருந்து அது பண்ணிவிட்டு ப்ளஸ் இந்த கண்டெம்பரரி டிஎன்ஏயோட கம்பேர் பண்ணதில் இந்த ஸ்டெப்பி ஆன்சிஸ்ட்ரியோட மைக்ரேஷன் அது வந்து அப்ராக்சிமேட்டாக ஒரு 1000 to 2000 BC அப்போ மைக்ரேட் ஆகிருக்காங்க நார்த் இந்தியாவுக்கு. சவுத் இந்தியாவில் அந்த ஜீனோம் இல்லை. அவங்க தான் வந்து இண்டோ யூரோப்பியன் லாங்குவேஜை கொண்டு வந்தாங்க நார்த்துக்கு. அதே மாதிரி யூரோப்புக்கும் அது இண்டோ யூரோப்பியன் லாங்குவேஜை கொண்டு போனாங்கன்ட்டு அது கன்க்ளூட் பண்ணோம். ஸோ இதுதான் அந்த ஸ்டெப்பியோட இது.
தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you. Can we have the mic to the delegate section? Please.
There are a couple of.
Yes. Yes, go ahead. Ma'am, you're next.
So my question is to the first speaker. So given the paucity of samples in the ancient context and their degradation, how sure can we be in using them as negative evidence? As in, how can we take the absence of a certain haplogroup in a certain sample as evidence, as even a weak evidence for absence of that haplogroup in the entire region? Because there could have been endogamy as well as, multiple people. But it can be taken as a positive evidence, makes sense, that it did exist in the place. But how can it be taken as evidence for other haplogroups not existing in that region? And how would you address this issue?
That's what I clarified. Based on the one particular sample, whatever evidence, we cannot actually negate that because of absence of other haplogroups or other genetic relatedness. We cannot actually conclude anything about that. We can only say that what is present and based on come to the conclusion. Yes. Yeah, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, for both of you, sir, one question is, the context of the question is the genetic linguistic association. So for a particular article by Luca Pagani of Cambridge and colleagues in 2007, Man India, they published about the Brahui population. And I feel very intrigued because in that article normally we normally think like when if we are talking about genetic association, then linguistic association, then genetic association should be more strongly correlated with Dravidian. But they had a very interesting other model saying that the general ancestral Dravidian substrate that is there in other Pakistani population was very much compatible with Brahui, but they had much more mixture with in the Indo-European or steppe pastoralist genetic signature, saying that if they really migrated later, they wouldn't have got so much of that component. Because then they would have more correlation with the South Indians. So the paper said then the model that means that it is a linguistic retention where they had, as Kumaresan sir has said, that 10,000 BP there is the upward migration, and then much later there's a downward, so they were the linguistic retention of the mother tongue, whereas the father Y chromosome is now having more signature of. So sir, what is your comment on or take on this model and the specific paper, sir?
I can tell some general information, not referring to that particular paper. Usually when we begin with some kind of work, so there should be some reference. For example, there are 4 major linguistic groups: Dravidian, Indo-European, Austroasiatic, and Tibeto-Burman. When you collect sample, you expect that each group is genetically very unique. But later what we have seen, although there are some group supposed to fall in Austroasiatic or Tibeto-Burman, but they are clustering with some other group. That means recently there was some migration and they have changed their language, right? So therefore, genetics is much more authentic compared to linguistic, because these are all followed by systematic analysis, right? But what happened even today, there are families which are migrating, and after a few generations, they must have forgot about their own language and adopted the local language. Okay, so that's the way we have to look at it. Right?
Want to comment?
One last question before we break.
Actually, specifically like the language and genetic connection, I'm not much aware. But as a biologist, what I know is basically this kind of language is a kind of a learning behavior. It comes largely through learning. And genetics has there might be very weak evidences here and there, but I don't think based on the data what we have in the globe today, it is very hard to connect the linguistics with this thing. That's what I believe.
Still have time?
For one question, yes.
Okay, it's a quick question, I believe. I don't know. The Vasant Shinde paper you quoted, right, which is a famous paper. You talk about the absence of Iranian farmers, right? But you also talk about ANI and ASI. Suddenly, I'm not able to correlate these two. So there is no ASI in this Raki Gari. I know it's only one, but what is the connection between ASI, ANI, Iranian farmers?
There is no ASI, and AASI, that's ancestral ancient South Indian, right? So that is with reference to the Andamanis, particularly the Onge. So because the ancestral South Indians much more admixed, so we compared with the Andamanis, because that's much more purer, which we have discussed. So that's the way it has come.
Thank you, thank you. Wonderful presentations, both of you. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you for this session. Yes. I have an announcement to make. We have Professor Deepika from Madras Christian College offering a guided tour through selected galleries of the museum for the delegates. I kindly request the delegates who are interested in the tour to gather behind the lunch area at the entrance of the museum at 1:40 for the tour. And for the other participants, we'll all reconvene after lunch sharply at 2 p.m. Thank you. I welcome you all to the first session of the afternoon on the second day of the International Centenary Conference on Discovery of Indus Civilization. This session will be chaired by Dr. Greg Jamieson. I kindly request him to adorn the stage. We have 3 speakers giving 2 sessions, 2 talks in this session respectively. We have Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungo, our first speaker, giving a talk titled Bhatra and its functional utility. Sir, please. We have 2 speakers, Dr. R.N. Kumaran and Dr. V.P. Yatish Kumar, providing a talk on the title, Indus Valley Civilization and its Material Culture in South India. I kindly request Professor K. Rajan to honor our speakers with a memento. Thank you, sir. I hand over the podium to Dr. Greg to take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to chair this first afternoon session, and especially to introduce our first speaker, who I have known for nearly 20 years, dating back to my earliest years as a graduate student. Most of you, I think, know of Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungo, who specializes in archaeological and ethnographic studies of indigenous practices and ancient technology. He has traveled, documented, and analyzed the rich heritage of the Nagas in northeast India and the ancient glass, ceramic, and iron of India in fields, labs, and museums across Europe, the United Kingdom, and in the United States of America. Keeping the intellectual rights of the indigenous people and craftspeople at the forefront, he has written or edited 17 books, 1 journal, and 90 research articles. He has also received many awards, including Scientific Missionary, Humboldt, Fulbright, British Academy, Rakow, Homi Bhabha, sorry if I mispronounced that, Spark, ICG, and ICHR fellowships. He has lectured in many universities and research institutes in the US, New Zealand, Europe, Southeast Asia, and India. His research interests are diverse and include history, science and technologies of Indian civilization, knowledge keepers, who owns the past, ethnoarchaeology, ancient Indian technologies, and pyrotechnology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungo.
Thanks, Greg, for the kind introduction. I take this opportunity to thank Rajamuthia Library, Tamil Nadu State Archaeology, Professor K. Rajan, and others for having faith on me and inviting me in a good number of conferences. I am going to, though my introduction was mostly on a person who has worked on ancient technology and indigenous people, rather indigenous knowledge system, I would tell. And as I said in my own introduction, that for indigenous people, indigenous knowledge system, the people themselves are the spokesperson. I'm just a mediator who could provide a data until they become their own spokesperson. As for archaeology is concerned, I rather follow the same, but we do not know who the people were. So I become the spokesperson as of now. And as we know, talk about Harappan civilization, we all the time talk about structures, beads, metal, bigger cities, water structures, palatial houses, if not palace. But how did they make it? What was the economy? One has to create a city like Lothal. If one has to create a city like Dholavira, it cannot be only on beads. It cannot be only on few artifacts or spices or stones. There must be something more than that. And when you categorize a good number of cities as port city, then what does port mean? Does port mean a visiting place? Or does port mean a place where exchange takes place in a very large scale? One has to define when you decide what is port. Port, there are places where small jetties, small boats, they park like we do, become fishermen's skips and coming and parking anywhere their boat and spend some time. We go for a number of picnics, spend some time, but will that be called as port? Or the port has got something to do with trade? With this background, I started working on the small site called Bhatra. At present, it is only to a size of 100 to 150 meter. Yes, down the line, this was probably a bigger site because the site is right on the river Kim, a creek of the river Kim. And an interesting part is the other side of the sea is this great city of Lothal. And this site, it's not I excavated it, the site was already excavated twice before, long back in 1956. The great S.R. Rao excavated it, and probably to substantiate the claim that Lothal was a bigger port city. If Lothal was a bigger port city, there has to be satellite sites. To support that viewpoint, he took a broader research objective and excavated few other sites, and one of them happened to be Bhatra. Go next. Go next. Okay, fine. And as you saw the site under for my first slide, Professor R.S. visited the site with a good number of people, and it happens so. It is not a coincidence, it is a fact that when Archaeological Survey of India bigger personality visits site, we suddenly happen to get certain elements which are known to be typical Harappan. And in that course also it happens to that one archaeological officer once came and I found a graffiti. I didn't find in all my 3 trenches. Another archaeological officer came on the other day. They said that there is a ernestite. Keep that as a pinch of salt as it is. Neither S.R. Rao got it, nor A.S. Gaur got it, nor I got it in the excavation. Okay. So the perception is any site is urban, something one has to think twice. A bigger site would not exist without smaller site. A bigger city will be city if people have time for luxury, people have time for free time, they could go around and spend their own time. Ethnographic parallels are too many. In that consideration, the site of Bhatra, which you write, that is located in Jatpur village near Ankleshwar, and you have in the Bharuch district. And this site is, as you see, it is right in the estuary. This is the one what you are seeing, the number 4. This is your Bhatra, and Lothal is right here. Lothal would be number 16 if you look at Lothal is the other side. And the site is an estuary of which flows to the Arabian Sea at a distance of 2 kilometers and gives access to the agate-bearing mines and forested hills. The moment you say it gives access to the mines, that the controversy starts. If it is near a mine, that doesn't mean it was mining. The perception that because it was near a mine, because it was near a agate-bearing site, it has to be a site which would be dealing with stone bead or with the mining, that kept on going. That line itself was written right in the beginning when the site was explored in 1956. And that line kept on being interpreted as a site which could have trading activities. And then it says, on the other side, as I said, that stands Great Lothal. The site was named Bhagatrao by S.R. Rao. And later on, Dr. A.S. Gaur of NIO and Sundaras, when they excavated in 2015, just before me in the same year, they prefer to call it Bhagatra. I do not understand why people get into nomenclature, but they do get into. And according to local people, this site, which is known as Bhagatala, because there is a dried pond, and some other people says because it is on the Jatpur, it could be Jatpur. So you might get a number of nomenclature to this site. After the excavation, as I said, after the excavation in Lothal, Professor S.R. Rao wanted to see satellite site, and he excavated this in 1957-58. And two major contribution of him, or claim of him rather, about the site was, this is a contemporary to Lothal and a mature Harappan site. Okay, well, Lothal is certainly a mature Harappan. If you take out mature, these days people say only Harappa, then the date would fall to 2500 BCE. And between period 1A, because there was a medieval deposit and a Harappan deposit, and Harappan deposit had two periods. Between period 1A, 1B, he said there was a gap in which there was silt deposit, and that was probably because of fluvial activity. And that matches all the claim which was done throughout, that why the Harappan, there was a natural break in the Harappan time period throughout of a different region. One was the water, and that was the two things which he had said. And then in the 2015, early 2015, the NIO team, led by A.S. Gaur, excavated a small trench. They put it near this river Kim, right on the periphery. And what they claim on the basis of pottery shapes, because they have given out 25 shapes, which you can see here, this 25 shapes, what you are seeing right here, they have given a few color of 25 shapes. They say on the basis of pottery, they say this is much different than what has been found in Harappan site of Saurashtra and Kutch, because it was falling under Saurashtra. And so that's what they said. That means the claim was it was a unique site, and there was an absence of typical Saurashtrian, what you call protohistoric bowl, and then no influence of Harappan except some painting, because they didn't get any of the Harappan trademark elements like stone beads or the sealing or the chart blade. But does that mean it is not Harappan? It's not contemporary. Harappans cannot have contemporary Harappan smaller site. Harappan cannot have smaller site from where people would be visiting. And then, of course, on the basis of that, they did say there are few, like for an example, they got one stone bead, they get one stone bead, one chart, and few of this sort. Unfortunately, I have to bring to your point that they should have read little more. The Saurashtra Harappan has many elements. And a few of those are in the sites like Dhatwa, the site like Jotha, what you have, the site where you have Joka and Dhatwa, they were excavated in 1970 by MSU, a very good excavation, and such type of pottery were very much there, and such type of pottery what you are seeing, they were very much there with the Harappan affiliated Chalcolithic sites, and they were excavated by MSU, but having said that, that was the limitation, and with that background, I start our excavations in April and May. It was only a one-season excavation with two objectives. One, place this site in the scientific chronology, because if it was a contemporary to mature Harappa, then what was the role? Why we didn't get any of this urban element? And another point which you had to evaluate the functional role, like why the site existed there. So that was what was the functional purpose of the site. And in this presentation, I will be talking only about the functional role of this site. And the mound, as I said, you now survives only up to 100 to 150 feet. And this is the river Kim. The site is right on the river, so there is every possibility that there is a lot of erosion in the site. And the stratigraphy of the site as of today, we took some 3 trenches. Only one trench gave a layer of Sorat Harappan deposits. None of the other layers, other trench gave any Sorat Harappan deposit. So most of this site is inhabited by the medieval people, and the lower layer of the medieval deposit comes with a celadon ware which can be dated to 10 to 12th century CE, and the upper portions are with a monochrome glazed ware which the date goes to 14th to 17th century CE on the basis of AMS, well dated AMS date. And whereas this layer 4, which is assigned to the Sorat Harappan period, what you are seeing this deposit, very interestingly, we got 2 dates from here, which goes to 2100 to 2300 BCE, and we got also very accurate date, which is well calibrated with a series of date. Not, I'm putting it here only 4 dates, but we got a series of date on the basis of Bayesian analysis. We are only using 7 date in this presentation. And then we got a date which is about 1500 BCE. So it's a deposit of 2200 to 1500. It's a deposit of 700 years or so, and that makes sense considering that from there onwards it comes to you call otherwise the post Harappan time period, what you call it. A fascinating defining find from the lowest level have been pieces of dish with a horn-headed deity representation. And that representation makes more sense that it's not for the first time that we have got a horn deity in the Sorat Harappan. We already had in 1992 a report from Padri. But then in the Padri, that was not found from context, but that was found with a villager. A villager had a pot which Professor B.S. Sinde interpreted that to be Harappan, looking at the typology of that ceramic, and that is an intact pot. And that is not, but this is for the first time from a context, a horn deity sword has been found, and this is also for the first time, though there are, these horn deities are found from Sindh to Gujarat, but this is for the first time that the same ceramic, because being in an autonomous institute, that's the advantage we have, that the same ceramic we could do a TL date instead of holding that. So you get a proper date of the ceramic along with the AMS date of the bone, which matches to 2100 BCE. And then this sword, also interestingly, what you are seeing, that is the inside of the plate. If any of you are interested in knowing about this deity, then the paper is already published in Deccan College Bulletin, which is already available in JSTOR. You can talk about it. In that, I do argue that if you relate horn deity to anything of religious activity, then the question is, are you going to draw that inside of the dish in which you are going to eat something? Or the dish itself is ritual? So that remains a bigger question of if you consider that as a Han deity or Pasupati, that discussion you can have it reading in that paper. If you have any question, you can mail me. I will be happy to talk about it. And this sword is broken from the neck portion, so we are indecisive if the portion of this figure was painted. However, the proportion of the existing figure suggests there was a painting of the body. That's what I would argue. There was of the body down, but we haven't got it. And there is also very possibility the number of such motifs were painted in a linear circle from on the disc. And the date which you are seeing of this sword, this same sword, and a sword which was found along with that, that date goes to very much to 4.2 plus and minus 0.1 to 4.2 plus, that means it falls to 2200 to 2300, and that is the lowest layer. And then you have this Sorat Harappan ceramics which S. Gaur and Sundaresh missed probably, or the objective was different, but we did get a good amount of typical Sorat Harappan bowls and pottery, which says that they were studied, well-treated fine redware, and very small quantity of pottery was treated with red or cream sleeve. The painting is executed in black, and the assemblage is dominated by jar and pots, which is again a typical feature of Sorat Harappan, and followed by dishes and bowls. A majority of jars have high and concave neck. Characteristic types such as step-sided dishes, perforated jar, basins, convex-sided bowls, and goblets were recovered in considerable number. And interestingly, though I did say about layer 4 to be Sorat Harappan, I did say about layer 1 and 2 to be medieval. I remained silent about layer 3. That layer, again, we got a mixed antiquities. There is every possibility that medieval people have worked on the sediments of that layer 3. A sterile layer, a layer which is a break between Sorat Harappan and medieval, that sediment they might have worked on. So you have mixed culture. Having said that, I also have a doubt at this point of time, because this data is from one trench, that we have very clear-cut pit bases in the layer 3, and in one trench only, we can see 1, 2, 3 pit silos with those dishes, with this ceramic plate dishes. It looks like it's a base for some kind of clay storage bin which are in use throughout the Gujarat, or in pit silos which are used throughout even northern India if you go today. And if anybody wants to have the reference of that, the clay storage bin papers of Shahida Ansari is very much available in the net, which you can see in main environment or in Asian perspective. Both of those are available, that it talks about the base of the, if you make a clay storage bin. Having said that, I keep it open that they are found like in the layer 3, which you can see this is layer 4, this is layer 3, right in the layer 3. So I do not know how do I interpret layer 3 at this point of time. Though I do concede the fact that this is a mixed culture. At this point of time, I considered it a cape to the Sorat Harappan. And however, and in the layer 1 and 2, we got a number of, as I said, we got a number of medieval pottery, assemblage represented by red and grey and glazed ware, the finding of celadon ware and turquoise, what you can see right here, the finding of a piece here, and that you can see in the layer to indicate the gap of about after 2,500 year, you have again the occupation of the site in 10 to 12th century CE, and in the later part you start getting a good number of ceramics, what you are seeing here, the monochrome glazed ware, the production evidence is very much there, and the painted ware which is dated to 14th to 17th century CE. And again these dates are on the basis of AMS date and done in Physical Research Laboratory in Ahmedabad, and we have done from the bone, we have done from the charcoal, and we have done from the grain. And considering that, the date goes, as I said, the upper portion of the layer 4, that goes to 3454 BP, that is the break between 4 and 3, and that goes to very much to 1500 BCE, whereas for the layer which has given you the date of Celadon ware, that goes to 863 BP, and the others have given to 400 to 500 BPE. With this scientific date, let's come back to our only Sorat Harappan claim. Let's not go to medieval age for this presentation. What this Sikaripura Ranganathan Rao claimed on Bhagat Rao, that was a big challenge. It's S.R. Rao claim. How do you counteract that? He claimed this to be the southernmost Harappan site having port contemporary to Lothal. As far as you call it southernmost Harappan site, people have accepted it. Yes, you have. Then when it comes to port contemporary to Lothal, that port was for what? We didn't get any, in the excavation we didn't get any of the debitas or artifacts or the antiquities which can be a place where these exchanges were taking place. And this, again he claimed, this served as a stone raw material supply point to the Harappan settlement. This claim is only because it is on the Tapi, near the Tapi. It is only because it is near the mine. It is only because you have there is a place nearby there are stones, so it becomes a supplying point. How is it possible? There could be many things around Chennai, but Chennai is not the port for everything. So that's why you look at it, that Harappan settlement of the Saurashtra and Kutch regions, he says, then it is certainly, then another argument he says in later period, it is certainly that Harappans came to Lothal for trade or colonizing in 2450 BCE. That's the date he puts it in the Lothal report. And that when their settlement was destroyed, along with the Indus Valley cities, in the wake of a great deluge, they moved to Rangpur and Bhagat Rao. That great deluge who talks about these flood activities. Later, it was echoed by the William Creek, and this later point which they say deluge, which talks about a flood, and this would have been sometime after 2000 BCE. That's what Professor Rao argues. And many of these scholars, later than the Creek, they disagreed to this flood theory, and neither A.S. Gaur excavation nor our excavation found any pluvial deposit to corroborate this claim that there was a flood. The claim that Bhagat Rao is a southernmost Harappan site has been accepted. Claim as a port for stone raw material has been cited by many because Rao claimed, because nobody looked for the evidence for it. And then this Anuradha Singh Gaur and Sudarshan, they opined that site on the Narmada estuary on the west coast are very close to the stone raw material. Again, the argument is because it is close to raw material, it could be the place where the exchange was taking place. And then they demand in Saurashtra, there was demand in Saurashtra and Kutch region, and that could be a supply point. The argument is very vague. The inhabitation period, the site of Bhagat Rao was first occupied on the basis of our AMS, TL and bone dates, and during the late urban Harappan phase of the Sorat Harappan, that's dating to only 2200 BCE, not to the mature Harappan of 2400 or 2500 BCE. We have got no date to go. That 300 year is very crucial year of trading activities. There was no activity in Bhagat Rao during that time period, and finding a horn deity painted dish at this level attests the tradition of the horn deity to be up to Saurashtra region, and Bhagat Rao pottery analysis confirms that the potteries align with both Sorat Harappan and late Sorat Harappan. A good number of shards from the lowest level have parallels with the late urban level of Lothal, Rosdi, Surkotada, Kuntasi, Padri, Bagasara, Kanmer, and Jaidak. A respectable number of signature pottery shapes and composition of late Sorat Harappan, like that of a concave-sided bowl and thick, gritty red ware, are notched in the middle to and upper level of the layer 4. The above fact supports the ceramic finds by Rao, which indicate that the site was occupied by the Sorat Harappan, a later stage by urban phase, and continued to be occupied the late Harappan period. I do agree to that. But what is the evidence to claim that to be a port site? And that evidence we certainly didn't get. Sirindrath Nagar, a famous archaeologist, well-respected archaeologist, she opines many of the sites of Harappan or later period in Gujarat coast were some kind of refueling station. There is every possibility, or encourage, if not actual ports. So there is a three division to that. And this may be true for the fortified settlements situated on the shore, but the small rural settlements seem to have been occupied by the people subsisting on fishing and other activities. That's what Rawat, or the present Director General, claims. Perhaps the site of Bhatra falls under this latter category, not the earlier category of any trading activities. Supported by the absence of structure and the presence of a large number of fish bones in all the three excavations. Three excavations didn't yield a single brick. Three excavations didn't yield any structure. Three excavations didn't yield any stone bead or what you call carnelian activity. Three excavations didn't yield any of the chalk blade other than one. Three excavations didn't yield any of these metal activities. It appears the occupation at the site started from the late and urban mature Harappan to late Harappan time as well. All these occupations starting from urban phase onwards must have been a small campsites confined to discrete pockets at the site. Some such pockets may also have laterally overlapped. There is every possibility the site was used as a campsite, so it is occupied in many parts of the site. It is occupied at different time period as a campsite. People come, visit for a very short time period, they settle in one place, they don't make any structure, and they leave for some fishing activity or some camp activities, or they load and unload the things and they leave the place. That is the reason why you get very buried dead at buried place in Bhagatrao, and that was same with Rangpur. In Rangpur also, you have got different date at different places. Rangpur 2, Rangpur 1, all the other mount, the locations have given you different date. That's the reason why the Rangpur date is such a challenge, the thing. And that is very much possible in a campsite where people from nearby urban center come for fishing or other natural resources exploitation seasonally. That seasonally is to be noted here, and this has accounted for diversity of cultural material on all the three excavations. As I said, the Rangpur also aligns with this, and my comments would be yes. In this last slide, I show you a piece of anchor. Yes, it was not found in the excavation. It was found near the river Kim, but in the site itself. How do you date it? Because later period, the same anchor, piece of anchor, was also used as a grinding stone, as you can see. And what time period they have done, converted that to grinding stone. So there are a lot of human activity involved in that. Yes, we have few pieces of stone beads. We have few pieces of debitage which could be interpreted as debitage of stone beads, but then most of them are found with the medieval deposit rather than with the Sorat Harappan deposit. So most of the Harappan settlement in Sorat region have been interpreted as a center for procurement of nearby natural resources, crafts, and supply to major regional centers, and that has been used as a generalized statement. We should be very careful about generalizing this statement. However, the finds at unfortified site of Bhagatrao neither gave any evidence of structure nor large-scale crafts. Our excavation did not yield any major deposits of raw stone materials or workshops at the site to substantiate the claim that Bhagatrao played a major role in transporting stone to the mainland Harappan regions. Nevertheless, it can be argued that most part of the site on the bank of the river has been washed away since its abandonment, and a center for processing and export need not have the deposit. You can really very much argue that a center need not have the deposits. Exporting raw material does not result in the formation of huge habitation either. On the plowed field, the raw stone material are found more with the medieval pottery than with Surat Harappan. If that is found, then it could have been found in Surat Harappan too. If in the medieval deposit is found, it could have been found with the one anchor modified to grinding stone is found on the surface, and this is open to discussion. But for me, it's Bhatra is, as of today, is a campsite which was used by the late Harappan or late Surat Harappan traveler for fishing, for seasonal activities rather than any occupation, or not to be interpreted as a port site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll save questions for the end of this session. Our next presentation is going to be delivered by two speakers in two sections. So I will first introduce Dr. Kumaran. Dr. R.N. Kumaran, Deputy Superintending Archaeologist, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi, graduated from the University of Madras. He holds a postgraduate diploma in archaeology and a postgraduate diploma in temple arts. And I must pause for a moment and apologize for my mispronunciation of the many sites that he has worked at that I'm unfamiliar with. He actively participated in archaeological excavations at Tiruvarkadu, Meladampari, Sadras, Arikamedu, and Adachalnalunar in Tamil Nadu, Sarasvati in Uttar Pradesh, Dholavira, Junikurin, Kirsara, Lothal, Ahmedabad, and Bharuch in Gujarat, Aretipur and Halabidu in Karnataka. And under the village-to-village survey, he explored the districts of Banaskantha, Kutch, and Valsad in Gujarat, Mandya, and Bagalkot in Karnataka. He has published 2 books, Ports and Pots in Gujarat and Excavations in Gujarat, and edited Rajatnagarini. He has also written several research articles and presented papers at national and international cemeteries, symposiums, and conferences. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kumaran.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all. Actually, our paper is a joint paper with Dr. Yatish Kumar, and our is a Indus Valley civilization. And it's contemporary material culture from South India. And actually, these inferences are based on our experiences when we had worked in both the areas where most of the Harappan sites are situated in India. One is the Gujarat plains, and another one is a Gaggar-Hakra region. Actually, the Indus Valley civilization, also known as the Harappan civilization, where the exploration and excavation in most of the parts of Indian subcontinent revealed as more than 3,500 sites of both the natures, that is the early Harappan, mature Harappan, and the late Harappans. And out of these, there are more than 2,500 sites are situated within India itself. That is only the important things we have to mention here. And as far as the 3 Indus cultures, period of the Indus culture is concerned, it is from 6,000 to 1,300 BCE. This formative stage is referred as the early Harappan stage, where there are regional cultures which developed into the early Harappan, that the Amrinal is one of the 5 regional cultures that make up into the early Harappan phase, while the other regional Harappans are include Southeast Iswal, Kot Diji, Damshadat, and Anartha Padri. And as far as the mature Harappan is concerned, where it expands nearly 1 million square kilometers and datable to 2600 to 1900 BCE, the sites, the extents from the site Manda on the river Bias in Jammu indicates its northern limit, while the Bhatra, just Sarah told, it's in Gujarat appears to be the southernmost frontier, and Alamgirpur in the Uttar Pradesh is the easternmost, and Suktarjandar in the Makran coast in the Iranian border is a western limit. And as far as the next phase, the late Harappan is concerned, which datable to 1900 to 1300 BCE, marked the collapse of urbanization and the technologies, decline in the lifestyle and all other things. And as far as its boundary is concerned, Daimabad is considered in Maharashtra is considered as the southern limit, and the Alamgirpur in the easternmost. Shoratagai in the Afghanistan could be the northern limit, and Suktarjandar could be the western limit. As already I had mentioned that nearly 2,500 sites has been identified in India. Out of these, nearly 475 sites of early Harappan nature, and mature Harappan is 1,022. And the post-urban, that is a late Harappan, is 1,200 sites. And already for the past 2 days, we are looking at all those things. The five major sites of the Harappan civilization are Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, and Ganweriwala. And the concentration of my paper is a Gujarat coast, where the settlement pattern of the Harappans, you can see that for all other sites, like the settlement pattern of the Harappans also differs on various factors. The availability of the water source is the main one for agriculture production, and the potential pastoral land, wealth of the natural resources, forest production, inter and infra-regional connectivity through the trade routes, and other things are placed as a dominant role in the formation of the settlements. However, the close study of the Harappan settlement in Gujarat and Ghaggar-Hagra Valley River provides a clue to understand the phenomena where this area has revealed more than 1,600 Harappan sites. Some of the important Harappan sites are mature, early, and late Harappan. Sites are differ in ecological zones are briefly described to understand the settlement pattern, architecture, ceramics, material culture, and its continuity in South India, especially in Tamil Nadu. And as already mentioned that my main concentration in the Harappan sites in Gujarat plains, this map shows the Harappan sites in Gujarat. You can see here that most of the Harappan sites are situated all those areas. The physiography of Gujarat comprises of three divisions, namely the Gujarat mainland, where the Lothal and all other sites are situated, Bhatra, all those things. And the second, the Saurashtra Peninsula. The Saurashtra Peninsula, where the most of the Harappan sites, important Harappan sites like Padri, Rojiri, and other sites are situated. And the last one is the Kutch Peninsula. This one, the Kutch Peninsula, here where you can see the Dholavira, Surkotada, Rakhigarhi, Junikuran, Kersara, all other sites are situated. These are some of the excavated sites in Harappan sites in Gujarat. Nearly 65 sites has been excavated in Gujarat area, in all the three zones. These are some of the sites, and we can go one by one. And this is the first site where when the Harappans had started exploring the other areas apart from the Harappan Mohenjo-daro, they crossed the run of Kutch. At the first, they settled in this area. This is a Pasim island. After that only they had gone to the Dholavira. J.P. Joshi, on his exploration, he had identified this site, and based on the excavation in 2003 to 5, we had identified that site. It's a single cultural site, revealed the structural phases of this, as usual, the main citadel. You can see a citadel and the lower town, along with the other structural remains of the stadiums, ceremonial ground, burials, and the usual Harappan ceramics and artifacts. You can see the same concept was adopted in a large scale in Dholavira. Here also you can see only the seasonal Nala, Banduki Nala runs near the site. And it is another view of that. Southern, you can see in the latter phase, In the latter phase, the southern entrance of the site has been closed with a wall, and they had made it as a drain. You can see here the stadium 1 and the stadium 2 here. And this is another lower town, part of lower town, where two structural phases has been identified. You can see here clearly. And in the post-Harappan phase, you can see the circular structures as found at Dholavira and other sites. And this is another one important site, Dholavira. All we had seen that. It is situated in a Kadir highland. When the Harappans came from Sindh area, they first came to the Paschim Island, then they came to the Kadir highland. You can see here the satellite imaginary of the site, where the seasonal, here also the seasonal Nala Mansar and Manar runs on both the sides, bounds the sides. Here, as for the excavation for the last 25 years, from 1989 to the till date, they had exposed the northern gate. This is a northern gate of the area. This is a citadel area, and this is a bailey. Citadel actually the elite people, according to the excavators, the elite people have stayed here. And this is the bailey where the ministerial people has been staying there. And this area is a stadium where it has been identified as a Rang Bhumi, the pink color floor. And this is a middle town. And this is the lower town. After that, in the third phase, the mature Harappan phase, there is an earthquake. So the people had shifted to here. They extended their settlement to this area, and it is identified as a lower town. And all the site is bounded by the series of reservoirs. Nearly 16 reservoirs has been identified, and some of them has been exposed in the course of excavation. You can see here some of the structures of the citadel. This is the northern, This is the northern gate of the citadel. And this is the eastern gate which leads to the site. And this is a rainwater storm within the citadel area. And you can see here the covered drains. And the overall excavation has revealed 7 stages of the structural phases from stage 1 to stage 7. Stage 1 is the pre-Harappan, and stage 2 is the early Harappan. And 3A, B, and C, and 4 are identified as a mature Harappan phase. And 5 is a late Harappan, and 7 is the post-Harappan phase. And you can see here the various structural phases based on the structures. You can see all the streets in the lower town, middle town, and the lower town. Even the corners, the corners have been fixed with the stones to reduce the damage for the structures. You can see here the citadel, bailey, middle town, lower town, other series of reservoirs, all those things. And as far as Dholavira is concerned, water management is the main one. Already it is the Harappan sites in Saurashtra and Kutch are seasonal or based on the seasonal rivers. You can see here the Mansar and Manar river, and it is a series of reservoirs. Each and everything is interlinked, all those things. This is the eastern reservoir, and within the eastern reservoir, we had found a step well also. And this is a southern reservoir where from the eastern reservoir, the water flows along this area. From eastern reservoir, the water comes along this area, and it is a siltation chamber. From here, you can see here the small entrance. From this entry, the water gets into the southern reservoir. And after filling this, the water goes to the next chamber, and it enters another chamber like this. The overall site has been covered with a series of reservoirs. And it is already mentioned that there is a stadium where the functions, all those things has been done. And these are some of the antiquities which we had found during the course of excavations. Almost all type of antiquities, including the barbotinware and cutware, has been found. And all types of materials also we had found. And Harappa, and this is one of the most important site, most important one, the 10-letter signboard, which is on the northern side, facing the Rangbhumi, the ceremonial ground. And this is Harappan, Dholavira. The Harappans at Dholavira is also famous for the varieties of burials, where you can find all types of burial, that is C1, the stupa type, all the chakra type, all those things we had found in the course of excavation. And you can see this, the burials are primarily of three types. One is a primary burial, second is a symbolic burial, and third is a post-cremation burial. Along with that, we can find the material, potsherds and beads, all those things. And this is one of the important sites at Kirsara. When the people, one set of people has moved from Desalpur, they came to Kirsara. It's one of the important Harappan sites where we had excavated from 2009 to 13. And it is a site, it is also, you can see that Sisna River Kari flows to the east of the site. And it is a site is a trapezoid in shape with a general fortification with bastions and salients at regular intervals. The excavation has revealed the residential area, warehouse, citadel, factory area, clinics, and all separate enclosures provided with the guard rooms, but within the general fortification. You can see that this is a before excavation of the citadel, and this is the after one, where now this is the factory area, and this is the area between the citadel. There is a path, a 5-meter pathway between the citadel and the factory area. And you can see the complex A of the citadel area, which are interconnected rooms. Even we can see the steps leading to the room. Here, the person is standing on those things. And each and every place, there is evidence of flood has been identified in this area. And each and every time when the flood has disturbed the site, they had raised the structures. And based on that, you can see here the entrance for the residences has also been closed and revealed all those things. And this is a complex B in the citadel area itself, which has a well, all those things. And this is a residential structure within the northern fortification wall with all interconnected rooms, door silos, pillar bases, all those things. And this another interesting aspect of the Kirsara is we had found a series of parallel walls which has been identified as a warehouse area. We had found nearly 12 parallel walls. Here, from here it is up to this area. And even it has a working platform. Here you can see the working platform, the series of parallel walls from here to here. All those things. This wall is nearly of 2 meter, and a small one is nearly of 1 meter with a gap of nearly 0.75 meter for air circulation, all those things. And based on the evidence, it has been identified that the superstructures may be of perishable materials. And just near to the warehouse area, you can see here the entrance where it is in the lateral faces has been closed. And the both side of the entrance, we can find the guard rooms, all those things. On the lateral, you can see another view of that, where the steps leading to the warehouse area and the series of guard rooms on both sides of the site. And this is another one, just opposite to the factory area, just opposite to the citadel, we had found the factory area, where the separate areas has been identified for separate items. Copper, we had found a copper smelting area within this site, and bead within this area, we had found a copper smelting area. And here we had found the stated bead making area. And opposite side, we had found a shell working area with numerous debitages, shell debitages, all those things. And even we had found the dyeing vat within the area. You can hear the dyeing vat, the 4 chamber with the inlets and outlets, which has been closed here. And there is an inlet all those sides. And these are some of the potteries, all those things we had found in the citadel area, factory area. We can see here the factory area has been the fortification wall of this factory area, provided with guard rooms, all those things. Here, this is already mentioned that the separate shell working area, shell crafting area is also been identified. And this is another one, the outside of the Kesara fortification wall, and within the double fortified wall, we had found a rocket furnace, which is used to make the pottery clean, potteries, all those things, because based on the excavation nearby areas, we had found the Harappan potsherds, all those things. You can see here the flues, the inside, the interior of the furnace, which is also a rocket one. And you can see here the flues, nearly 21 flues has been identified to have the reduced heat over the area. And this is another type of furnace we had found within the fortified area. This is also a rocket one, and this is we had found in the factory area, in the bead making industry, where we had found agate beads of unfinished, finished one for hundreds of numbers. And this is another view of this, the central part of this kiln. And this is an unexposed kiln nearby the kiln, series of kilns. And these are some of the Harappan artifacts. Though we had found all the numbers of artifacts, just we had displayed some of the shell objects, the buttons, beads, bangle pieces, inlays, and the gold beads. And apart from that, the another important site is a Surkotada, which is also situated in the Kutch district. And the excavator has identified this as a 3 phases, where the first phase, the Harappan built the fortified citadel and residential annexes made of mud bricks, mud humps, and rubble, containing houses with bathrooms and drains. In the second phase, that is the period 1B, the revetment was added to the fortification. Besides house walls, this phase marked a new element in the population, where they had already, the people had came and settled, who used the coarse redware pottery here. And in the last phase, the another set of people has came to the site. They had used a black and redware and a greenish buffware, all the sites. You can see here the citadel and the lower town. As usual, the main site of the Harappans, the citadel and the residential area here, it is identified as a residential area instead of lower town. And based on the excavations, the black marks are the excavated areas and structures. Here they had identified that there is a passage in between the connecting area for the residential and for the citadel area. And these are some of the bichrome potteries, all those things of the excavated remains. And is another, Lothal is another important site, but it is situated in the Gujarat plains. It's a port site as identified as a fort site, which has revealed a dockyard, wharf areas, a factory area for a factory for bead makers and ivory carvers, and the citadel area, all those things, along with the warehouse area. The excavation carried out between 1955 to 62 by the ASI has revealed 8-meter cultural deposit, is classified into period A and period B, and further divided into 5 phases. And this is an overall general view of the excavation, where you can see the dockyard here, as identified as a dockyard. This is a closer view of the dockyard when the water is there. You can see here the Bogwa River is just flowing near the site, and it's bound the site from both sides. And this is the citadel area, where here the Lothal, people use the mud brick structures. In Kutch area, they had used stone structures. Here, they had used mud brick structures. Only at the area where the drains and bathrooms, they use burnt brick structures. And this is a warehouse area where they had have the store, all those things. This is one of the important area of the Harappan civilization, because in one of the room, we had found nearly hundreds of ceilings. We had found within the charcoal, all those things. And this is a clean, bead making clean, where they made the carnelian beads, all those things, because the Kambat is very much near to the site. Where is the source of raw material has been identified for this site. And as far as the next part, as I already mentioned, that is a continuous of the 3 parts. One is Gujarat plains, second is the Gaggar Valley, third is the cultural sequence. And I request my friend Yatish Kumar to take over this.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Kumran sir. So, he covered the entire Surat Harappan regions. So like Dolavira, Lothal, and Junikaran sites. So here, so what's the difference between that Gagar region? So Gagar means that is it's a dried beds. Now it's anciently, earlier it's, the paleo channels flowed in that Haryana and Rajasthan regions. So what is the difference between the both areas, the Surat, the Harappan regions and the Rajasthan means here Harappans, you seen that most of the structurals are in the lithics are used, but here in that Gagar valley there is the absence of the stone. The mostly the structures are in the bricks, mud bricks that are used here. And first you can see that physiography of the Gagar valley. So here you can see that the paleo channels we traced based on the remote sensing data. So 2 to 3 kilometers width its flow in the Rajasthan and Haryana regions. And then it's called as in the Pakistan, it's called as the Hakra rivers. So here we explored some of the sites and a lot of sites also excavated. Here in that Gagar River Valley, we explored with Sanjay Kumar Manjul sir. So here you can see that Barur, Binjur, Kalibangan, Karanpura and Rocky Gedi, these are very important sites. These areas you are going to see that. So this is the maps traced based on the digital elevation model, satellite imagery. So this is the paleo channel. Here you can see that clear-cut evidence of the 2 to 3 meter width of the rivers. The both sides having the Harappan sites and as well as the PGW sites. These sites are were documented. You can see this here are Harappan sites in the red color and excavated sites are these are on the another is the previously explored sites and the blue colors indicating the PGW sites. The mostly in the northern part of the rivers are found in. And these are the important sites in the Gagar River Valley, both in Haryana and Rajasthan. So these rivers very close to the Punjab region. First I will start with the Binjur sites. Here I worked under the direction of Sanjay Kumar Manjul sir in 2015 to 17. So these sites very close to the Pakistan border. So 6 kilometers from the Pakistan border. And this is very close to, near to that town is the Anupgarh in Sriganga Nagar district, Rajasthan. This is a very tiny habitation Harappan settlements and nearby, that means that, you know that Kalibangan is the metropolitan cities, it's 120 kilometers far away from this area. And here we get the 3 stages in the early Harappan. One, next is the translational from the early to mature phase, and the mature phase we got. Unfortunately, the late phase of the Harappans destroyed due to the cultivation. So this is the view of the drone view of the Binjur sites. So more than 80% of sites are destroyed due to the wheat cultivation. Sites along with the contours. So some of the temples also found in that mound. And in the field, in the wheat field, we're having the early Harappan evidence, clear-cut early Harappan's evidence. And the middle of the mounds, we're having the early and mature phase also we're having. So this is a cultural season. You can see here, the lowermost, we're having the early Harappan. In this, we're having the sand deposit also we're having, and transitional phase, and then mature phase of the Harappans are found. So this is the early Harappan phase. Here you can see that mud bricks. So very tough stuff to trace the mud brick structures. You can see this. Here another one is the mud brick wall. This is very important things. So more than 3 times the flood deposits are in the mud brick walls. So a lot of sands deposits are here, and close to this mud brick we have got that one floor level, and the next stage we got the second floor, and along with the hearth also we got, and here we got the beads. In the terracotta beads only we are getting. There is no carnelian beads, and statite seals also we got here. And next is the transitional phase, early to mature Harappan. In this we are having the 2 stages. In here that structural 3 and 4 is having the clear-cut indication of the early to mature. Here we are getting the carnelian beads. So in the early phase we don't have any trade contacts. But here is slowly it's increasing the carnelian beads. Number of carnelian beads are increasing here. And the next is the mature phase. In the mature phase, we can see the cluster of that settlements. Another one above, they were having the structural activities. Both we are having the mud bricks and burn bricks also we are having. This is a structural 5 phase, and next 6, and this is the 7th phase. So in this, we are having a lot of hearth and floor level we are getting, along with a lot of terracotta cakes also we are having. So here clear cut, even though this is a small sites, but we are getting the clear cut pictures of the Harappan settlements. The one is the early Harappan seals. You can see here the statite seals with the only animal figurines. And another is the mature phase. Here we are getting with the animal figurine with the script. And the next is the only the script only we are having. You can see, and the first early and mature stage we are having the statite bead, and the early, late phase we are only getting the terracottas. So here we are getting in the early we are having the polychrome. In the early phase we are getting the polychromes, and next is the mature we are going to bichrome potteries are there. A lot of decorated flower and animal motifs are there. The next site is the very important site is the Kalibangan. So these sites are very close to the Gagar river basin, river area. Here the excavated more than 9 years excavated by the Archaeological Survey of India. We are getting the 3 phases in the early Harappan and mature Harappan. Actually late phase is completely disturbed. And here lot of important thing is the agricultural activities lot of available here, and house structures we are having in that, and craft making like bead and lithic tools, shell industry and weaving industry also we are getting here. So this is the phase wise colors here we can see. So these are the mud brick structures. So these are the northern residential area of the Kalibangan. So we are having the platform and as well as street also we are having. So this is the street, and along with we are having the channels and hearth also we are having. So this is the Harappan pottery motifs. And interestingly we are having here we are getting the pit burials. You can see that ceramics of that Harappans of cemetery. And another important sites is the Rocky Gadi. These sites are located in Haryana regions. This spans about 224 hectares area. Here we are having that early, mature and late phase. So these sites very important. In the ASI and Deccan College excavated this area. Based on this, the Surat, Harappan and Gagar Valley, just we are coming to this, the contemporary material culture in South India. So just we are compare with the Iron Age in the South India. So here you can see this. This first maps indicating the Iron Age burial sites, the types of the burials. So these blue colors indicating the urn burials. So here entire region having the urn burial sites, and another map it's showing that excavated sites. So here in the megalithic cultures, it's in having in the two periods, like from the Iron Age to early historic period. The most of the excavation, most means more than 80% of excavation done in the early historic phase only. Very limited number of, like Sivakalai and Adichanur, like very limited number of the Iron Age sites only we excavated. This is the very important sites of Dandikudi sites, the excavated by Professor Rajan, and another site is the Adichanur. So here we having that important this lipped basins. These basins are found in the Harappan, particularly in the Gujarat region we are getting. And similar Umichipoil also we are having the similar potteries. So here very interesting things. Here there is no iron implements in the face, and these are the pit burials. So there is no urns are there, only that extended burials only we are tracing here. And another thing, just we are comparing with that burials of Dholavira and that in Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, we are having the one of the burial types, the cane packing. The same type of the cane packings are we are getting in the Tamil Nadu. And another thing, you can see that in Dholavira also we are having the cyst burials. Similar in Tamil Nadu, in the southern part of region, we are getting the cyst burial types. And another thing is the carnelian beads. You know that in South India there is no raw material of carnelian beads. Definitely it came from that Gujarat and Rajasthan region only. So here you can see that in the Iron Age context, we are having the carnelian beads, the same etched and plain, the various shapes we are getting. And another thing is very important, the statite beads. The statite beads also found in the early Iron Age context in South India. So you can see that in the Krishara, a number of beads are available. These source also we don't have in that South Indian context. So definitely it came from that Gujarat and Rajasthan region. So these Iron Age sites, you can see that in that we collected from that Porundal and the Dandikudi region. And another thing is the height in bronze. So in Iron Age context, you know that Adichanur, more than 100 years back, Alexander excavated the Adichanur. They are having plenty of bronze, height in bronze materials. So the same materials in the 2022 and 23 we excavated under the direction of Arun Raj, and I am also worked in the site. We sent that the site to analyze the XRF to the two institutions. One is that IGCARE and another is NIAS. So there we got that more than 50% of tin we are having. So 7 to 50% of tins are we having. So mostly there's all are the high tin bronze we are getting in the Adichanur. And other region also we examined, like Sivakalai and other sites also we examined. So there also we are having the high tin bronze. So based on I already previously reported sites, we documented, so like Kaniyambundi, Udakamandalam, Anemalai. The Anemalai very interesting. So we having that antenna swords, and Kodumanal, Parambu and Sulapuram, and other sites like Aroville. Aroville also we are getting the similar Adichanur type of the bronze materials. In Kerala also, in more than 5 sites we are getting bronze objects. And that Nagpur, that's in the Vidarbha region also, particularly Magarjugari region, we are getting the high tin bronze. And here 10 to 12% of bronze we are getting, and Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka also we are having the bronze objects. So this is the high tin bronze mirror we are getting in the Indus Valley civilization. Similar we are getting in the Iron Age context in the Adichirallur. And the bangles from Binjur, and this is the coil bangles from the, these are high tin bronze, more than 18% of tin are there. And fish hooks, same in that Rajasthan, Binjur and Kalibangan, and Adichirallur also we are getting. You can see these casting techniques that are involved in that Iron Age burials also, and same in the Harappan context also. So bangles, the unsoiled end bangles also we are having in the both context. And important thing is in Adichirallur we are getting the tripod stand. The similar we are getting in the Vidarbha region, Magurjuari. So you can see that similarity and animals and that casting also. And these are the important sites where bronze up to in the peninsular India we are documented. So you can see that Kerala and Tamil Nadu and the Auroville sites also we are getting the high tin bronze. And another identical is the twin fish, double fish symbols we are getting in the Adichirallur, Auroville and Sulapuram. So these are so very interesting. So because these are same period in the Iron Age context we are getting, and you can see that copper, more than 82% are the tins mixed in that 15%. And this is the early iron yielding sites in India. You can see that most of the sites are in the Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and the Gangetic region. In recent Adichirallur AMS dating, we got up to 15th century in the early Iron Age. But in that, we are having without any millets and any organic without any remains, we have a lot of burials are there. So these burials already we sent to the for OSL dating, so waiting for the dating. So here they can see that the offering of the burials mentioned above clearly denotes the same type of disposals was followed in Tamil Nadu. The recent excavation Adichirallur have revealed the interesting data in the grave goods like ornaments, food grains like paddy, millets, and sacrificed animal along with the human burials. And for the recent dates of Iron Age, it shows the contemporary of the Harappans. And thanks to everyone to giving the opportunity, especially the Raja Muttaya Library and Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department. And thank you everyone.
We have time for a few questions. Okay, we have time for a few questions. While our speakers come and sit up front here, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Dr. Yatish Kumar. He is an assistant superintending archaeologist at the Archaeological Survey of India in New Delhi. He's a co-author of Catalog of Archaeological Sites in Tamil Nadu, Archaeology of Amaravati River Valley, Porintal and Cultural Heritage of Tamil Nadu. He actively participated in the Tandigudi, Mamallapuram, Porintal, Kodamunal, Pulicat sites, along with Harappan Site 43GB in Rajasthan and the Harappan Site of Binjor, also in Rajasthan, and several other sites. He also conducted explorations in various districts in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and reported more than 700 archaeological sites. He has written several research articles and presented papers at national and international seminars and conferences, and is the recipient of the Young Researcher Award conferred by the Tamil Nadu Archaeological Society. Thank all of you for your excellent presentations, and now we will take questions from the audience. Would you like the students to start first? Okay.
Dr. Kumaran?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Dr. Kumaran, you took part in the excavation at Kirsara, which was a purely mature Harappan site. it did not have an early Harappan phase or late Harappan phase. And Dr. Yatish Kumar took part in 4 MSR, which did not have a late Harappan phase. What were the reasons? Well, I mean, Kirsara is in Gujarat and 4 MSR is in Binjor is in Rajasthan. What are the reasons for both these sites not having a late Harappan phase? And Dr. Manjul went on record with me that he excavated 4 MSR and 43 GB. Yatish Kumar also took part in both of them to find out the connection between the late Harappan phase and PGW. Can you tell us why both these sites did not have a late Harappan phase?
No, as far as Kirsara is concerned, we don't have the late Harappan phase. Yes, it's true. But we had the round seal, stated seal, which is an important aspect of the trade relation. And the scholars, Akinori also mentioned that when the trade relations are snapped during the second millennium or the 1900 BCE, with the Sindh and all those things, when those phases are going under the late Harappan phase, the Kutch Harappans had somewhat maintained its relation with the overseas trade. In this context, most probably they might have followed the late urban phase, not to the late Harappan phase. That is the reason. Because as far as nearly 50 or 60 kilometers apart from that Kirsara, we had another site, Kodda, Badli. There we had found a late Harappan phase. But here we had not found a late Harappan phase. And as far as the nearly from Kirsara, there is a 5 to 6 kilometers, there is another site, Desalpur. There also we had not found any late Harappan phase. But after 2000 years, in the early historic period, the people had came and settled there. We had found the evidence of coins, stray coins, and all those in Desalpur and in Kirsara also.
In Binjor nearby, Tarkandwala Dera, we are having the late phase Harappan we are having. And Barur also we are having. So only thing here, the Binjur is destroyed, that mound is destroyed in the top level. That's why you are not getting that. At nearby area, we are having that late phase of the Harappan.
Good afternoon. I have a question for not just the chair or the people on the podium, but to all the archaeologists of this country. I know that the ASA has a rich knowledge of the history of this land, which they gather from the many inscriptions and the copper plates they have. But my wish, my humble request is that this rich knowledge should be transferred promptly to the historians of this land. To the historians, the history academia, and the history teachers or the departments or the human resource department or whatever is concerned with teaching history to the students of this land. I find that there are certain very, ominous omissions in this. One example is that I came across a report of the ASI, the ARE report of 1957-59 itself, saying that Rajaraja Chola is a Telugu lineage. I mean, not just Chola, the Cholas from the 16th century onwards, they are of Telugu lineage. The period when the Telugu came into existence, or the script came into existence. This has happened in 59 itself, 1957-59 report says that. But to this day, this knowledge has not been transferred to the history books of Tamil Nadu. This is a very ominous omission, I think. One thing is that even the history of a very prominent king or the dynasty of this country gets distorted, number one. Number two is that it has a rich heritage also. It's not just the king, but there's a huge population of people, the Telugu-speaking people in Tamil Nadu, whose history also gets obliterated with these omissions. I think that the ASI should work closely with the historians of this land. That's all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am, for registering your comment. I think it's something that we'll have to take up along the sidelines of another conference. But for this session, any questions? Yes.
Sir, you mentioned, first of all, thank you very much for the highly informative presentations. And in one slide, I saw a mention of skeletal remains of animals, were the skeletal remains of animals found in close proximity with human skeletal remains in any of the sites? And if so, is it possible that they were pet animals instead of sacrificial animals? That's my question.
Sir, which one you are asking for, in that Adichanallur or Harappan sites? Sir?
Any of the Harappan sites, sir. Anything.
Yeah, yes, sir, we are having that. Along with that, we are having animals, and animal means like goat also we are getting that. Mostly we are getting the teeth and other parts only we are getting. These are placed in the outside the only here. But Harappan context, I am not working in that any burial site. I think there is no traces in the...
I want to respond to the madam because she posed a question to the entire community. It is very sorrowful for me because I am a part of the committee member, which has been said that by the Tamil Nadu government, first that history is not equal, archaeology is not equivalent to history. So, in the process of getting appointment in the government arts colleges, archaeology is not eligible. Even Dr. Yatish Kumar is not eligible. Very important. The reason is that unless otherwise, when the people of archaeologists or epigraphists or numismatics, we are having more than thousands of inscriptions, we are able to read both Vedic script, Brahmi script or later script also. We are the primary source which we are dealing with all archaeologists are not eligible, who are creating a history or to reconstructing a history is not eligible to the history. Which student will come forward to read the archaeology? And how you are going to reconstruct the entire Tamil Nadu history without the archaeologists or epigraphists or numismatics? So you historians has to say that no, our primary source is more important, even as you said for Rajaraja inscription, that all comes from inscription only. Unless otherwise you can able to read the inscription, primary source, that is not at all possible to reconstruct Tamil Nadu history or better in Indian history also. So all we have to come together to read these primary sources. This is my appeal to you at the age of 70. So thank you very much for this, raising this question.
Yes. No one else? Yes. That's...
When we compare the excavation construction in two places, Rajasthan and Haryana, with the construction at the Mohenjo-daro or Harappa, they are identical. I want to know whether that kind of construction is very identical in other states, in Tamil Nadu, in other states, whether they go identical, those constructions go identical with Harappan construction. If they are identical, I think they are more closer to the Harappan culture, I think. That is what I feel. On which basis we have to take a decision, this particular state is identical, culture of state is identical to Harappan culture. And I think this is a very good example, benchmark to draw certain decisions. And ultimately, because those who are nearer to the Harappan place, I think their culture will be more identical to the Harappan culture. That is what I think. Somebody presented Gujarat, about the Gujarat. What is the construction there? Are they identical with the Harappan culture construction?
Sir, as far as construction method is concerned, it is almost identical. They are used header and structure bond, what we are now calling as English bond. Even today, in all over India, we are using the same type of English bond only. That is a header one line and structure one line. Header and structure, we call this as a now as an English bond. We are using in Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, even in the stone structures of Kutch area, we are using the same header and structure, various courses, types of structures, but we are using the main is a header and structure. That means the English bond we are using. In mud brick structure also the same thing they are maintained. In as far as almost in the early historic sites of Sengamedu and other sites, or in the medieval sites, the Kaveri Pumbatinam, or any other structures, any other sites, we are having the same header and structure bond only. So based on that structures, we can't tell that the tradition is continuing, but we can't tell that the Harappan, the same, it's a very close proximity with the structural construction of those things. In all over India, we are having the same type of structures, construction methods. Yes, we are having the various types. There is a structure only, or a header only, or all those things. Course, different types of bonds. But it is almost all the today. What are the structural bonds or structures we are using are all derived from the Harappans only. The corbelled arch, all those things we are having from the Harappans.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer. I think we'll. I want to thank Dr. Alok, Dr. Yatish Kumar, and Dr. Murin for this very wonderful session, and also Dr. Greg for chairing. And please, we can. Yes. We're all going for tea. Break? Yes. I kindly request the participants to reconvene at the auditorium at 3:55. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, ma'am. I will talk to the person. So you get dropped at the hotel and take rest, ma'am. Then, oh, no, no. Okay, okay, no problem. நான் வாங்கிக்கலாம். எடுத்துட்டு வச்சு ஆமாம் சார். Okay, well, thanks. Okay, Papa, enjoy. Office week.
Subbu, mementos ready தானே?
அதுல கேட்கறேன் நான் பேசுறதா?
We'll start the session. I welcome you all to part 2 of the afternoon session of day 2 of the conference. I kindly request Dr. Christopher Davis to adorn the stage as the chairperson to moderate this session. Thank you. We have 2 speakers in this session. The first speaker is Dr. Rajesh, who is presenting a paper titled Harappan Archaeology in Kutch, Insights and Discoveries. Sir. Thank you, sir. Our second speaker is Dr. Maxia Gandhi, who is presenting a paper titled Some Indus Cultural Vestiges in the Vedic Sources. Ma'am. I now call upon Dr. Siddhapra Sinha to please felicitate our speakers and our chairperson. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to have been able to chair this final session of day 2 of this international conference, and it's a privilege and honour to introduce our speakers for this session. Our first speaker today is Dr. Rajesh SV. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Archaeology, University of Kerala. He received his doctoral degree from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Gujarat, in the topic of a comprehensive study of the regional Chalcolithic cultures of Gujarat. His fields of research interest include Indus civilization, field archaeology, artifact analysis, ancient technology, thanatology, origin and development of urbanism in South Asia, and megalithic Iron Age archaeology. He is serving as the editor of the journal Heritage, Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies in Archaeology. He has published more than 100 research articles in journals and edited 8 books. He has participated in several excavations and explorations in India and abroad. He is currently directing a multidisciplinary archaeological research project entitled Archaeological Excavations at Juna Katia and Explorations in Gujarat. So it gives me great honour to invite Dr. Rajesh to present his paper. Thank you.
Respected chairperson, eminent scholars and friends. So the title of my presentation is Harappan Archaeology in Kutch, Insights and Discoveries. First of all, I am thankful to the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity. Oh, thank you. So first of all, I am thankful to many scholars who are contributing to my projects, and some are associated with me as my collaborators, some are my guides working as my supervisors, and also the villagers, the students. So this is actually not the result. In the final stage, I will present about 2 sites. Those are excavated by me and our team, and rest of the excavations are mainly done by many scholars in Gujarat. So while talking about the Indus civilization, actually Dr. Kumaran said about widely about the Indus civilization and those things. So I will be just skipping through the things. And around 200 among the 3,500 plus sites, around 215 sites were excavated till date. And in Gujarat, that is the southern region of the Indus civilization, there around 800 sites are discovered till date. And in that 800, around 65 sites are excavated. And based on the material culture from these sites, we can divide the Chalcolithic culture, or we can identify many Chalcolithic cultures or ceramic traditions in Gujarat. They are known as, one is Anartha tradition, that is the oldest one in Gujarat, which can be dated from 3900 to 1700 BC. From there are many, like Padri. Then there is a very unique kind of ceramic we got from the site of Surkotada. Then black and red ware, pre-Prabhas assemblage, early Harappan synth-type ceramics, research slipware, then micaceous red ware, then classical Sorath Harappan, Prabhas, lustrous red, coarse red ware, lustrous red ware, and then having some kind of connection with the Deccan Chalcolithic. That is only seeing in the southern Gujarat portions. That is mainly showed in only 3 or 4 sites, like Jorve ware and Malve ware. So Gujarat can be divided into 4 sub-regions. As you can see in this photo, this is a very symbolic kind of photograph. Here you can see that which is more fertile region and which is more arid region kind of thing. The South Gujarat is very okay. There you are getting more water due to rainfall and those kind of things. When you go to Kutch, it is a semi-arid region. Now I will be concentrating in the Kutch region. So Kutch is a semi-arid region. It is actually in the what's the border of Thar Desert. It has an annual rainfall of less than 310 millimeter, and mainly there the agriculture is mainly a part-time kind of thing till the beginning of 2000. Now due to the Narmada Canal and this kind of thing, there is large-scale agricultural activities are happening. And also there are, people are mainly based on, moving kind of, pastoral kind of nomads are also there at the site, even at Kutch region, even nowadays. Then while talking about the Harappan archaeological research in Kutch region, it starts somewhere in 1955-56 by Professor Subbarao, S.R. Rao, and he discovered the site, Deshalpur, and also he discovered another site known as Todio Timbo at that time. And gradually many institutions work there, like Archaeological Survey of India, Gujarat State Archaeology Department, Rajasthan Vidyabhid, Deccan College Pune, Research Institute for Humanities and Nature, Japan, then KSKV Kutch University, Albion College, IIT Kharagpur, more recently University of Kerala, then Catalan Institute of Classical Archaeology, IMF, CSIC Spain, MS University of Baroda, and IIT Gandhinagar. And they excavated around 80 plus Harappan sites are discovered in Kutch, and in that, around 13 sites are excavated. So the first excavated Harappan site in Kutch is Deshalpur. It was excavated by Dr. Soundararajan in a time period between 1963-64, and right now the site is in highly collapsed condition due to a stream near to the site, and this site revealed. In the earlier excavation reports, many of the regional ceramic traditions were not identified, so the excavators called them as Harappan ceramics, but there are many regional varieties of ceramics also getting from that site. So it can be dated to both mature Harappan and the late Harappan phase. Another site is Surkotada. Surkotada was discovered in 1966 by J.P. Joshi and excavated in 1970, 71 and 71-72 by him only. And the excavation of a site having less than 2 hectares revealed a bipartite kind of division, and he divided the material culture into three phases, 1A, 1B, 1C. Actually, there is, if you look into the materials from the burials and also from the material from period 1A, there are certain materials which is very much similar to the early Harappan materials. And in 2016, when our team were doing an exploration, we got a burial outside the border of the site. And with the permission of the ASI, superintending archaeologist from ASI, we removed the materials, and the pottery is the pottery associated with the burial was totally different, and that pottery, we got a date for the pottery that it goes to 3,350 BC. It is based on Berkshire analysis from Beta. Then the site Pabumat, that was excavated in 1978 to 1981 by Gujarat State Archaeology Department, and this site is now in highly disturbed condition, and there is a temple stays on the mount, and it is known as Pabudada's Mount. And here, the excavator got a 5-meter wall, 5-meter thick wall from the site, and there are also many pot burials identified at the site. And here, there is very good indicators for shell bangle manufacturing, but the site is in disturbed condition. Another site is Shikarpur. It was first excavated by Gujarat State Archaeology Department in 1988 to 1991, and later by MS University of Baroda from 2007 to 2013. And during that time, I was lucky enough to participate in 5 seasons of excavation this site. And this site revealed 3 phases of occupation, starting with the mature Harappan to late Harappan. That is, one is the classical Harappan, then plus Anartha, then classical Harappan plus Surat Harappan, then only purely late Surat Harappan. Dholavira, Dr. Kumaran and his team and Yatish Kumar mentioned about the site, and because it is one of the largest Harappan site, and it has size of almost 60 to 100 hectare size, and it has. And while talking about the architecture, earlier the sir was asking about the architecture, there are a lot of differences in the architecture of Gujarat. If you look, even if you look in the classical Harappan structures and also the Surat Harappan structures, there is a lot of difference. Even the thickness of the walls. When you go to the classical Harappan structures or fortification walls, they have been sometimes 7 to 10 meters width. But at the same time, the Surat Harappan walls, they are made in different stages, or also they have the size of 4.5 meter in thickness. And also they were not well made like the Harappans. They don't have the in the angles were not made in these kind of, they were not, no buttons were used. They just making the structures like that. So there were chances of collapsing very early stage also. Then the site Junikuran, it was excavated by Supra Brahmanik and his team in 2003 to 2006. And this site means, okay, she projected the site as a miniature of Dholavira, but means many of the structures, definitely there is evidence for both mature Harappan and late Harappan evidence, but there is certain things looks still means creates confusions to us, but excavator knows better. The site Kanmer, it was excavated by a joint team, and this site was excavated from 2005 to 2012 by Rajasthan Vidyapeeth, Research Institute for Humanities and Nature, and Gujarat State Archaeology Department. And in this site, three periods of occupation were noticed. One is Harappan, then followed by early historic and medieval. In the Harappan material was only found from the lower levels of 4 meters. Now the site Khirsara. The site Khirsara was excavated by Dr. Jizendranath, and he excavated this site from 2009 to 2013. So Dr. Kumar said about this site. Then Kotra Badli. Kotra Badli was a site identified by J.P. Joshi, and later this site was excavated by Prabodh Shirvarkar of Deccan College from 2010 to 2013. And in this excavation, he called the site as a late mature Harappan phase site, and actually the material remains. There are definitely some classical Harappan materials, but the materials are more closer to Surat Harappan and late Surat Harappan in nature. Then the site Navinal, this site was excavated, but actually we done mainly the explorations in the site. We got permissions for 2 seasons for excavation, but unfortunately, being a site in the forest land, we were not able to do a proper excavation. We done small trial trenches, and based on the material remains and C14 dates, we can date it from 2300 to 1700 BC. And this site gives very good evidence for the production of copper objects, and also shell bangles, and stone blade production. Then the site Dhaneti. It was discovered by MS University of Baroda, and it was excavated from 2016 to 19 under Dr. Ajit Prasad and Professor K. Krishnan, and this site revealed around 45 early Harappan burials. And I will be talking about these kind of burials in coming slides. Then the site Karim Shahi, it was discovered by, actually it was, there was a very small kind of trial excavations were done by a team of geologists under Dr. Anandya Sarkar from Kharagpur University, IIT Kharagpur, from only in 2019, and they mainly found, it is actually in the bordering land, within the Ran of Kutch, and from this site, they found mainly late Harappan materials. So now I will come to the main portion of my work. Here in Gujarat, around from the last 50 years work, due to the last 50 years work, around 30 early Harappan burial sites were located. And the site I am going to talk is located in the western margin of Gujarat, in Lakpat Taluka. And that site has a size of around 16 hectares. And this site was discovered accidentally in 2016 by our team when we were doing some explorations in the region. And with the help of the village head, we identified this site. And during the exploration, we got many complete vessels. And while doing this, earlier we were thinking, because on the surface we were getting many structural remains, and we were thinking that it is an early Harappan habitation site. But doing the thorough study, we came to know that it is not a habitation site, it is a burial site. And then we made the, ortho image of the site, and then also made the contour of the site. Then we expect, within the 16 hectare area, we expect around 500 plus burials at the site. And many of them are not, we actually identified many of them. And in 3 seasons, we excavated 2 localities. Actually means the localities are only, these are just names given based on the visibility of the burials. And the site was gridded based on 5 into 5 meter trench pattern, gridding. And so we were mainly wanted to understand the burial structure, architecture, and there means what we say, diversity in burials, cultural affiliation, chronology, etc. So with the way we excavated 4 localities. This is the locality 1, then locality 2, I am just showing them, then I will come into details. Locality 2, there were around 10 trenches. Mainly, this was a horizontal excavation, so I am not saying them as trenches. Then locality 3, and then locality 4. So you might have noticed one thing, that there is no perfect orientation. Some are north-south, some are east-west, some are in between. And also means, so here also you can see, this is just a hand drawing. And some of them were within stone structures, somewhere there were no structures, just pits were used. So totally 197 graves were excavated. And some 116 have burial structures, and some 45 were in pit burials, some 17 cluster of pottery were found, cluster of stones, then burial without indicators were also found, then cluster of shell bangles. So totally 197. So these are, now I am not going to describe much, because you all can see these things. So some of the burials, the first one, sorry. This has a length of around 2.35 meter, and inner width of around 80 to 1 meter, like this. Even here, look, this is without a pavement. Look at the stones, variations, here you can see. Again, here in this case, you can see bangles in the hand. In many of the burials, in most of the graves, the burials, the skeletons are highly decomposed because the soil is highly acidic in nature. Here you can see the condition of the human skeleton. And the vessels, we can see in some cases around maximum up to 60 vessels in a burial. And also, they are mainly found in the leg portion. So here the long graves, this has a length of around 6.9 meter. And this, here you can see the long ones. a long grave with a step to enter into that thing. Here you can see. The one mature Harappan grave found at Dholavira, it is very much similar to that one we got from the site. Then here you can see that, look, they used a different kind of soil to fill the base of the pit. And then they buried. Then here first it was like this. When we removed everything, it was like this. A small box. For what purpose? Was it for a small, very small child? I have no idea. Then there were burials for children also. One maximum length 80 to 90 centimeter to 1 meter to 1.3 meter were the length of these burials. Here you can see. In some cases, the vessels were also small in that, and even you can see small bangles. Look at that within my hand. Then another kind, when we removed, it was the condition. I am just showing them, not explaining anything. Here you can see another variety. Another type. Sometimes vessels were found within the vessels. Then another variety here means below the slabs we found vessels. And similar burials were reported from Dhaneti and also from the site Surkotada. Then double chamber burials, L-shaped ones. Here you can see. And in all the cases, one chamber was empty. And only in one chamber we got some days ceramics, or sometimes only some portions of the human remains. Then here, actually this one is made later, due to that it looks like this. And here you can see one separation within that. So it is actually this got crushed only within the pressure within the soil. This one. Again. Now there were many symbolic pot burials also. Here you can see, when we removed the stones, it was like this. Similar pot burials were reported from the site Dhaneti and also from Nagwada in 1985. Dhaneti was excavated very recently. Then, so without any indicators, we got almost a complete skeleton, and it is identified as it has been identified as a male skeleton, belonging to probably of 40, around 35 to 40 years of age. Then, this is a double skeleton, double skull. Here you can see from this one of these chambers we got, along with some these bangles. And in early Harappan context, double burials were reported from the site Shandili, and also from the mature Harappan context from Lothal also, 3 double burials were reported. Then human, as I mentioned earlier, the human skeletons were in very bad condition. Here you can see. Again, here you can see the vessels. Again, disturbances within the burial. Here you can notice one thing, that means these vessels are below this structure. That means that probably they may have made the structure later. Then, we are not getting very much evidence for cremation. We got some bones having warping marks. Then, most interesting find was one cattle skeleton. I am not saying that it is a what we say, cow, or because there are a lot of studies are going on this thing. So, and in the Harappan context, this is the one we got, and in the Megargar 3 from the Neolithic context, the animal remains were got along with the human skeleton. But in this case, it was found only within that. It has around 2.5-year-old thing only. Right now, I don't know it is a, what we say, cow or ox or a bull. Now, regarding from these burials, we got more than 100 110 complete bangles. Some were very broad bangles. And here you can see. Sorry. Here this broad bangle, here you can see in two hands. One is broad one and then. And similar broad bangles were reported. One bangle was reported from the site Dhaneti, and Professor Kenner, who is looking at the shell bangles from the site, strongly believe that these have probably these stone bangles, these shell bangles were produced somewhere in Karachi or Kutch, and he strongly believes that they have interconnection with the Shahitum and Sasaram in Tajikistan. So right now he is writing about this thing. In one case, we got around 24 shell bangles. In one means in 19 in one hand, another one there are 5 bangles. Here you can see the shell bangles, and also means some shell bangles he found the evidence for chipping. Instead of saw cutting, there were evidence for chipping. So that was also a very different kind of production technique. And while looking at apart from that, we got only 2 lapis lazuli beads and 1 terracotta bead and 1 stone bead. And this stone bead was actually from the surface, not from the excavated context. It is from the surface. And from this side, we also, from 2 burials, we got these kind of beads in 155 numbers and in another 127 numbers. And this is totally different from the kind of shell beads reported from the burial at Loteshwar. There we got these conus shell beads. They are means totally different, and also dendalium shells. And Loteshwar is more related to Anartha tradition. So here you can see the kind of ceramics, as I mentioned, in different localities, even the shapes of the vessels changed. For example, in the locality 1, we were mainly getting beakers and cups. When it comes to locality 2 and 3, they were mainly using big pots and small bottles. And some of the vessels here, hundreds of vessels are in our collection now. And we got a large number of research slipware. Research slipware means they are not at par with the classical, means they're glazed kind of research slipware. Still, we can call that them as glazed research slipware. There are many varieties of research slipware also. Here you can see all these are different varieties of research slipware. And you look at the shapes. And these shapes are very much similar to those from Amri and also from the Damsadat sites. And similar kind of pottery was reported from Nagwada, then Vaharvotimbo, Chandili, Dhaneti, etc. And Surkota also. But from the one we got from the outside the settlement, that is belonging to 3,350, is totally different from this kind of ceramics. Then, from the surface of the site, we got thousands of chalcedony blades, but from the burials, nothing. So, probably they might have used this burial ground after using it as a burial place, or probably before that thing. We have no idea. But anyway, no other habitation evidence are from the site. We got some grinding stones, 2 potsherds having Indus graffiti. Then, the biggest puzzle is dating. So we tried to send samples to all the major labs in the world. We got one date from just PRL. Beta failed to give the date. Then a lab in Denmark failed to give the date. And also a lab in Lithuania, they failed to give the date. So we are even trying with different kinds of things. Now only possible thing is that shell bangles. So that date falls in correctly between 2,850, that range, BC. And then one seed actually we got from the site. And actually the archaeobotanists in the beginning itself said that it looks like new, but even we can try. So we tried to date that thing, and we spent around 45,000 rupees, and we got a date of 2,780. That means that is a very recent one. So now means, okay, I mentioned about a very big cemetery site having a size which caters around 500 skeletons, and where they were, these skeletons were coming from where? That is a big question. Even Dhaneti, they got a burial ground of 45 minutes burials. There were no, habitation site. So we conducted exploration in the nearby area, and we found many small settlements. Darashwala is almost 7.6 kilometers away, Dojagat 3.8 kilometers away, Lakapar 1.5 kilometers away, and Padabad 1.7 kilometers away. Then another site was Kundasiri Vidivista, Kukkadkund. So we got some sites. So they have any connection, we want to know that they have any connection with this site. So we conducted an excavation at the site known as Padabad. That site is located on a hilltop. Here you can see. Here means structures were found in clusters. So we excavated all the structures, and also means we want to know if there was any eroded materials or anything. And we put a trench of around 60 meters, and means nothing was there. So only we got this much and this structure from the site. And very interestingly, here you can see means this is a typical late Harappan structure of the late Soratha Harappan type. Here you can see the site is located near a small Nala. I am not going to the details. This is the Nala. Here also same kind of gridding pattern we followed. Means first we divide the site into 100 by 100 grids, then 20 by 20, then into 5 meter grids. Yeah, here you can see this is the circular structure here. Others. Another rectangular structure, it is highly disturbed here. Here you can see. So from here, below this, they cut this in this wall, and below from here, we got two pots. Actually, the one pot looked like medieval, and another one was typical Soratha Harappan. So these were the vessels. Then we excavated the side and again got another structure. I'm just skipping them. These are some of the shells, Babylon strata, and then means one dish and those kind of vessels. Oh, sorry. So from the site also we got one barrier. So this is a young adult. Is it a male or female? We are not sure because it is in highly decomposed condition. And the lower side, there was a big structure, and we also excavated this one. And from there also we got only some portions, and that they were medieval looking. And in another locality, we excavated locality 2, that is almost 1 kilometer away from the site. There, from layer 3 and 4, we got pottery which is looking very much similar to the pottery from the site Junakatia. From the first 1 and 2 layers, we got the typical late Harappan and the mature Harappan ceramics. So we probably believe that this site has some kind of connection with the site. We will be excavating this site in the coming season. And here, this is the kind of pottery, means early Harappan kind of pottery we got from the site. Then the Padabad, we got typical Soratha and late Soratha Harappan bowl vessels. Yeah, this is the new pottery. And we done bulk shed analysis of the pottery also. Actually, this belongs to this late Harappan period only. This is a regional variation within that Lakpat region. So we got some grinding stones, some terracotta spindle whorls, beads, but very limited. We are very limited in number. But this site has no relation. We can't see any kind of relation with this site. It is totally different. And here means we are getting also some stone blades and those kind of things, but very limited number. And also cattle bones, we got sheep, buffalo, goat, and also some edible mollusks, charred bones also, but the preservation is in very bad condition. And from here we got the dates. that typically falls in the Sorath Harappan and late Sorath Harappan marks. That is between 2300 to 2700 AD, BC. And also means then from the other side, from the layer 2, we got one that goes in between 2468 to 2200. So we believe that definitely it may fall into the early Harappan period. And also from another side known as Darashwala, we have also got one date. That is from the exposed section. So I am just skipping them. So we also identified another one site, which is almost 4 kilometers away and very potential site. And it is an early Harappan site, definitely. But I am not sure I will get the permission to excavate it or not, because it is under forest. So it's a very nice site, having a size of 60 meter. And the material is typical the material similar to Amri. And now means in this season we want to conduct excavation at the site Lakapar. And also in coming seasons we will be excavating Darashwala and Dujagat. And there are many studies are going on, like DNA studies. Many teams are working, because I am not sure that we are going to get any DNA or anything. If we are getting it, okay, unless also okay. DNA, isotope, residue analysis, dental. Many people are working on that. So we are waiting for the results. So I am stopping here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh, for that very comprehensive talk, which also shows the future directions of this research. It's now my great honour and privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Marxia Gandhi. Dr. N. Marxia Gandhi, Deputy Superintending Archaeologist retired of Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, has this distinction of being the first ever woman epigraphist from Tamil Nadu. She is the author of Tiruthattikai Viratanam, monograph of a Shiva temple, Sri Mushnam Bhuvaraha, Pernal Temple, monograph of a Vishnu temple, and Atiyar Marabu, from Sangam age to 13th century AD, lineage of Atiyar, a Tamil chieftain. Her book, Select Inscriptions of Tamil Nadu, is considered to be an excellent guide for beginners in the study of epigraphy. She has translated Dr. C. Sivaramurthy's Indian epigraphy and South Indian scripts. Throughout her career, she authored multiple monographs and co-authored books in the Tamil language. Additionally, she served as a member of the editorial board of South Indian inscriptions published by the Archaeological Survey of India. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Marxia Gandhi to give her presentation now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction given to me. It's a great honor. Dear friends, archaeological fraternity, and those who are interested in Harappan archaeology and Harappan culture, thank you very much for the Roja R.S. Harappan, Roja Muthiah Library, and also TNSDA for inviting me and giving this opportunity to tell something about Harappan from the sources of Vedic. So it's really a proud moment for me, and I'm very much pleasure to deliver this one. My topic is some Indus cultural vestiges in the Vedic sources. It's really from the morning you are telling, we were completely from the archaeological point of view, and so many excavations and the results and recordings, reportings, and so many antiquities you are seeing from the morning to evening. Now I am giving completely another vista of the subject, and I'm actually speaking, I'm not a scholar of Sanskrit. I mostly depended upon the already research made and given so many interpretations given by the Sanskrit, both Sanskrit and archaeology scholars and even historians. And so from that only I picked up something, And what I felt, those are from Indus legacy, I hope. So I presented in that manner this paper. The time period, we can very easily say, Indus civilization vanished around 1800 to 1600 BC. Next batch of people with another tongue came to or migrated to that same area, but it is called as Sabda Sindhu in their literature. And then in between, the last one is second urbanization of in North India. So in between, we do not have any very big or exhaustive material evidences other than PGW, PRW, and PSW. So to understand the overlapping period and their mutual development, we couldn't have more than these three type of potteries. So there was no uniform culture, single culture, I mean, coincide with the entire area associated with Rigvedic audience, or the Rigvedic community, we can say. There were not an identifiable group with a recognized assemblies of material culture also. But a corpus of Vedic literature with its oral tradition came down, and those are another parallel source available for that period. So in the intermediate period, Rigvedic people represent the migratory pastoralites, now settled. Still, they are leading a life of pastoral and practicing the religious rites with the component of shamanism. It is really a wonderful aspect of that period or that culture. And this is appropriately with the tradition of land. They have absorbed or they have adopted this so many cultural aspects from the tradition of the land wherever they go. That is the general tradition of that thing. I took, in this background, I took three aspects or three conjectures from the Vedic, and it's so it might be the what are the things they have inherited from Harappan legacy and put it into their religious rites. And that is the main topic of my paper. So the first one is Agni Sena. It is a ritual that involves building a sacred fire and making offerings. The Sadapata Brahmana, almost 2/3 of the book dealing with this Agni Sena ritual. This is a beginning of the ritual associated with so many Somayagas. That is Rajasuya and such and so on and so forth. So it's Vedi, that is the first part, the making of a fire pit. That is the first one. So that is called Vedi. It must be measured with a rope, and then the construction, the area to be constructed, the Vedi, should be plowed with a wooden plow. Then, after some rituals, the clay has been taken and water is poured with that, and so many materials have been added to that. That is most important. Goat's hair, gravel, stone crushers, and iron rust. These are the materials, and with other some things. These are the materials added to that particular mud, that is with the soil, and from that mixed clay, the wife of the sacrificer will make the first brick. In some, there are so many versions of these Vedic texts are there. In some, the priest himself make that brick. After that, the first brick, that is called asada in Sanskrit. So after that, from the same clay, so many bricks were prepared. Then the sacrificer, this is the next part. Sacrificer should hire four important priests for this ritual, for performing this ritual. So the first one is Adharvyu. He is responsible for the physical details of that pit, that is a sacred pit.